her fat fans are just big as hell and shouldn't have no Chick-fil-A.
It was an innocent joke between me and my fans.
I'm not fat, I have fat.
Losing the weight does not come as simple as just going to the gym.
Would you date a big girl?
If nobody's told you today, and I'm going to tell you this with complete love.
I don't know if my eyes and ears are deceiving me because I just woke up, but I know I did not just see a video of Cardi B talking about she was surprised that her 3X sold out and that her fat fans are just big as hell and shouldn't have no Chick-fil-A.
What I wanted to tell y'all is that we really underestimated the box sets. So the box sets are completely sold out, especially because you fat fucks, clearly you guys are fat as fuck. No Chick-fil-A for y'all. All the 3X sold out. Yo, the 3X sold out like in 20 minutes. Now, knowing that my fans is fat, I can't even make fun of fat people no more. Don't call me fatphobic, y'all, because everybody make fun of my BBL. So don't be, y'all, I could body shame people because y'all body shame me.
Cardi B talking about she was surprised that her 3X sold out and that her fat fans are just big as hell and shouldn't have no Chick-fil-A. And now she can't make fun of fat people no more because she knows she got fat fans because the 3XL sold out. Didn't you do a song with Lizzo? Didn't you perform at Lizzo? I just know I must be tripping.
So I have like a whole bunch of people crying, talking about I'm fatphobic and stuff because, I don't know, on Twitter, it was like a joke between me and my fans on like, damn, you fat. Why y'all bought all the 3X that fast? It was an innocent joke between me and my fans. But anyways, it's not that serious. And especially when it comes to me, I make fun of everybody. I don't give a fuck. Fat, skinny, BBL down, got big feet, got small feet, whatever. As long as you don't stink. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? It's never that serious. Like, don't cry about it.
See, if Nicki Minaj did that, there would be 5,000 videos about how evil she is.
Okay, but Lizzo had a massive weight loss journey and would probably find it funny that Cardi B was joking about it.
It's a joke. If her fans aren't complaining, why should you?
The average woman in the UK is a size 16, and so the average size that we should be seeing in advertising surely is that. The issue with Sydney Sweeney and the issue even with this Zara ad, it's not necessarily, you know, these bodies shouldn't be seen or they shouldn't be taking up this space. It's just where is everyone else? And I don't believe that fashion needs to be this aspirational, you know, unreachable thing. I think it should be reflective of who we actually are. And when it does that, when it does tap into diversity and represents people, it shows they make money. Plus size collections make money.
Well, do they? I mean, because if it really was a commercial imperative that drove plus size models and body positivity, they'd still be doing it. You know, why would they drop it?
Because it's no longer fashionable. it's no longer, you know, in vogue to represent all bodies. I think the current zeitgeist that we are in, we are leaning towards conservatism. We are, you know, there's these kind of purity politics happening again for women, and the thin, white, blonde, blue-eyed figure is kind of looming over as the ideal once again.
Unhealthiness shouldn't be promoted, period.
Imagine telling people to pander to your inability to eat a healthy diet.
I'm recording. I'm gonna get off my double chin. Dang.
My boy working early to get that income tax check.
Bro got a place to sleep after that.
And food to eat. Let's not leave out the food.
Sleep more. Also, if you're asleep, you can't be snacking.
Someone's like, just eat less carbs. I'm like, no, because carbs is what sends oxygen to your brain. I am digging my grave with a fork. I'm not fat. I have fat. Just like I'm not fingernails. We have fingernails. Like, people need to understand that calling someone like horrible names, they should be like correct and the same, because people always call each other fat, and you're not fat. You just have fat.
Okay, wait, saying I'm not fat, I have fat is like a hoarder saying I'm not messy, I just own 87 empty bottles. Sure, you technically have it, but when you've got enough fat, the label isn't the issue. The health risk is. And that whole carbs send oxygen to your brain thing, I know it may be a joke, but no, that's not how biology works. Bread isn't your brain's air supply, it's just your snack excuse.
You're not fat, you just have fat, and I happen to have way too much of it. Someone asked, why am I so pretty? Honestly, I'm not. Thank you. I feel kind of awkward when people say that. Like, I just don't find myself to be attractive. I do look a little better with makeup on. So, someone asked, how tall am I? I'm 5'3". How much do I weigh? Yesterday I weighed myself and I was 467, so it's the highest weight I've ever been, which is unfortunate. Someone asked, what is my BMI? Honestly, I don't know. Probably in the high 70s, maybe low 80s. 1 minute I want to be a vegan. 1 minute I want to be vegetarian. 1 minute I don't want to do any of that. 1 minute I want to count calories. 1 minute I want to be healthy. 1 minute I don't.
I'm not skinny, I just have skin.
She's not pretty. She has pretty. Just not a lot of it.
You ordered Big Mac and what extra sauce?
Yes. Extra inside the burger.
So what is that? Is that sauce?
That's extra sauce.
Is that sauce?
Yes.
Is that extra? Is that? Yes or no?
No. That's extra.
If you're not going to communicate, if you're not going to communicate with me,
I'm communicating with you.
Is that sauce?
Yes.
Is it extra?
No, it's separate.
It's separate, but is it extra?
But it's not extra because the extra would be in the burger.
No, the extra. It doesn't matter if the extra's in the sky. It's extra. It's extra. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh, so now I'm funny to you.
Yes, you're funny.
Now I'm laughing.
No, you're just stupid.
Now I'm laughing. I'm stupid.
Yeah.
You are the stupid one. You are a fool. You are the one that said extra sauce. Why don't you specify I want extra sauce in the burger? Then maybe they understand what
it's common sense.
You clearly don't have it. You clearly don't have it.
You don't have it.
You clearly don't have it. If you're telling them extra sauce anyway, you clearly don't have it. Don't tell me about common sense.
Extra sauce in the burger is extra sauce in the burger.
You need extra brain. How about us? That's what you need.
You need extra manners in customer service.
The more I watch, the more he makes sense.
Bro can be a lawyer. He wrong, but he can still win the case.
Here's a joke.
I don't fat shame women because you can't judge a book by its cover. Of course, it's too damn thick. Nobody's going to read it.
Don't shop hungry. The grocery store is a dangerous place on an empty stomach.
There are people that, even if they work out, losing the weight does not come as simple as just going to the gym, cutting calories, watching everything that you eat. There are some people that have a disposition. I have a disposition. But does that mean that I'm not active? Does that mean that I'm not doing certain things? No, it doesn't.
Yes, it's true that some hormonal states makes your weight loss harder, but that should not be an excuse.
But you're passing judgment on somebody's body that you know nothing about.
I don't know if you've caught on to this, but you're a professional victim. You constantly blame others for your inadequacies and why you're fat. The tools are simply knowledge, which you can get for free on the internet. If you have the ability and the discipline to go out there and get the knowledge, then you're going to lose weight. It's just that simple. It's just that people want to always make excuses for why. Oh, my feelings. Oh, I don't know what, you don't know what people are going through, blah, blah, blah. No, you can watch your calories. You can go to the gym. You have time to do it. People just like to make excuses.
I count calories. I'm on a caloric deficit and OMAD. I don't consume sugar, starchy food etc. Instead of losing weight, I gained. I understand the man in green. I have hypothyroidism. It's really hard to lose weight when you have one.
He's justifying why he doesn't want to work out.
Would you date a big girl?
No. I like them slim thick. I love big girls. Big girls, that's my type of thing. What can't go wrong with a big girl? That's the best way to go. And the big girls got the most money at all times.
Why do you say they have the most money?
I say they got the most money. They always eating. And they gonna feed you at all times. You always gonna be fed. You never gonna be starving. Perfect with a big girl. You can never go wrong with a big girl.
When you go on dates, do you expect the big girl to always pay?
No. If you pay for the first date, that's cool and all, but after that, she gonna really feed you. She gonna make the meals. When you get home at night, she gonna cook the meals, nice meals too, because she like food herself.
He's so passionate, he took the mic.
Dude is hungry, literally.
If nobody's told you today, and I'm going to tell you this with complete love, you are bigger than you think you are. You don't carry the weight well, and you have weight blindness. When you lose that weight, you're going to see how big you really are now. You're going to thank me for it.
Lord, if I'm bigger than I think I am, then I am cooked. I already think I'm big as a house.
Eat slowly. It gives your brain time to say, okay, we're good, before your pants do. Eat more protein, keeps you full longer and reduces cravings. Let's review a video that is basically the fat acceptance movement in a nutshell. Guilt trips, victimhood, and a whole lot of bad advice. Let's get into it.
Don't get mad at me when I tell you this, but your before and after will not save you from being fat again.
Right off the bat, this tells us she intentionally makes her argument controversial. Claiming your before and after won't save you is dismissive toward the hard work people put into transforming their health. It undermines the countless examples of people who do keep the weight off through lifestyle changes, discipline, and better habits. This sets the tone for a video that frames weight loss not as a personal triumph, but as a suspicious act.
I think the rise of Ozempic has made everyone so brazen and bold to talk about weight loss in such a fatphobic way. Listen, personally, I don't think it's my business, nor do I care what you do with your body and if you lose or you gain weight. But
Labeling any discussion of weight loss as fatphobic is a way to shut down conversation entirely.
I don't think it's my business, nor do I care what you do with your body and if you lose or you gain weight. But I think posting about it is damaging for you and for the people who are looking at it.
This completely ignores the positive motivational impact such posts can have. Before and afters inspire others struggling with weight to believe change is possible. They create a sense of accountability and community. Claiming it's automatically harmful is essentially telling people to hide their achievements to avoid making someone else uncomfortable. That's weird.
I try to understand why, and then I try to put myself in your shoes. And when I look at it from the grand scheme of things, from the big general perspective, it makes sense. Of course you want to post your before and after photos. Many see it as a notable accomplishment. So of course you're posting about your weight loss. It makes sense, right? And I don't blame you. I think that wanting to be part of this thinness club is something that society is pushing us all into. And then it turns to be that maybe one of the reasons that you post this is to inspire other fat people to lose weight. But then that's where you lose me, because I thought this whole process was for you. I don't know what the point of posting it is. We can see it. We see you have gotten into a smaller body now. What ends up happening and what you're showcasing is that you went from being the oppressed to being the oppressor. And you're okay with that.
This is bizarre. It's a personal health choice, not a political takeover. The oppressor-oppressed framing manipulates guilt in a way that discourages self-improvement. People shouldn't be made to feel morally wrong for choosing to improve their health and fitness.
Now here's the kicker. Statistically, proven by science, not by me, so don't get mad at me, you will gain the weight back in 2 to 5 years. Now, I've met a lot of friends who have gotten multiple surgeries and have done things to lose weight. And I met them years ago, and now they're back to their original weight, or some of them are probably a little bit even bigger than they were before.
The statistically proven prediction that everyone will regain weight within 2 to 5 years is misleading. While relapse is common, many people sustain weight loss with permanent lifestyle changes. This weird statement tells viewers that trying is pointless, which is exactly the kind of mindset that keeps people trapped in unhealthy patterns. It's like telling a smoker not to quit because most people relapse. We should focus on sustainable changes, not scare people into giving up. Fat is nothing to accept. Fight fat.
Some of them are probably a little bit even bigger than they were before. Now you find yourself being back into the same body that you hated before, the one that you were claiming was the worst version of you. And I'm not here to shame or to scold anyone. I think that it's a reasonable thing to want to be part of this thinness club because society has made this the ideal place to be. We all think that thinness is where we're going to achieve self-love and careers and friendships and love, partners. And of course, we all believe that, you know, it's the long-going myth of what thinness will bring to you. But I think it's more important for you to be at peace with yourself. You're a member of the Thin Club now, but remember that your membership can be revoked at any moment, and it'll push you back to the end of the line where you began. And the vicious cycle continues.
Why didn't you include health in the list of benefits? Was this on purpose? Or because you framed it as myth? And this is not a myth. And yes, weight maintenance requires ongoing effort. But that's true for any skill or habit worth keeping. Telling people it's all a vicious cycle makes them think the only option is to stay overweight and accept it. That's not self-love.
I know this is a heavy topic, but I have spoken a lot more about this in depth in an essay on my Substack, All Things That with Jessica Torres. So if you want to talk more about this and you want to get my full opinions on this topic, go check out that essay. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
When you strip away all the buzzwords, fatphobia, oppressed, thin club, what's left is a pretty clear motive. She's not cheering people on toward their goals. She's subtly pulling them back down so she won't feel left behind. By framing weight loss as harmful or temporary, she gets to avoid facing her own insecurities and keep more people stuck where she is. It's a misery loves company mindset. This is obvious jealousy. Let's see what the comments say.
You're just jealous and bitter. This is so gross. Do better. Calling someone the oppressor for sharing their own weight loss is insane.
You're so jealous and bitter. Talk about crabs in a bucket.
Yup. I deleted all my weight loss content because I didn't want to unintentionally participate in the rampant fatphobia.
It isn't just about how you look. It's also about your general health.
Prioritize whole foods. Veggies, fruits, lean meats, nuts.
Educate yourself.
Being fat is not a choice.
Oh no! Because you're jealous of us.
I'm overweight.
That's what I call junk food.
The insufferable Marissa replies to a comment that says, if a medical professional denies care, find a new one.
If they all weren't fatphobic and it was that simple, then we fucking would. Then we wouldn't have this fucking problem. But we do, because most medical professionals are fucking fatphobic. So no, we can't just find a fucking new one.
Educate yourself, holy shit.
Of course they are fatphobic. They know that much, that excess fat is something to be afraid of. That's what causes all the diseases.
Wait, so them doing their job and keeping you healthy is fatphobic?
Bruh, where are they keeping us healthy?
You're running into me. I am, but I'm at an angle still. There. Oh my god. You don't know how to drive.
Walking will do your body good. And put the Pringles back and get some celery instead.
Oh no, she went to a Chinese buffet. Oh shit.
Let's talk about one of the biggest lies in nutritionism, that we should be grazing all day to keep our metabolism high. The truth? Frequent eating is one of the fastest ways to wreck your hormones, spike your insulin, and guarantee weight gain over time. Every time you eat, your insulin rises. Insulin is the fat storage hormone, and when it's elevated all day, your body can't burn fat for fuel. Calories in versus calories out aside, you should be giving your body the hormonal conditions to lose weight. If you want real weight loss and you're tired of the excuses pushed by fat acceptance culture, you're at the right place. Be aware of the next explanation.
I just want to go on record when I say that being fat is not a choice. That is it. Period. Being fat is not a choice. It's not. Being fat is not a choice because it's a disease. My body is not a disease. Are there health conditions that can be correlated to higher body weight? Yes, I've never denied that. However, that isn't an excuse for fatphobia. That's not an excuse for medical weight stigma. That's not an excuse for you to assume that every single person in a larger body is the same.
Well, indirectly, obesity is indeed a choice because you are choosing to eat. You see how I said to eat and not what you eat? So you cannot say that you do not have healthy options. So whatever you eat, you can eat less of. And how is your body not a disease? It is full of diseases. And of course, not every fat person is the same, but all fat acceptance activists are.
It's not a choice per se, but it is the consequences of our actions that we don't all necessarily understand or know how to cope with.
Whatever you want to tell yourself, girl.
So you're saying you don't eat crisps, you don't eat biscuits, you don't eat fried food, you don't eat snacks, you don't eat any of that stuff?
No, no way. That's what I call junk food.
They just ate the rest of the family.
A calorie deficit, logging food, OMAD, under 1,200 calories, at least 10,000 steps, not losing. Why? Because you're a liar. I've never heard somebody, it's so early in the morning for you to be lying as bad as you are. It's 8:05 a.m. on the East Coast. For you to have said a lie to this extent, this early in the morning, has got to be studied. Why are you lying so bad? You just woke up. Say a prayer instead. Black, you said, I'm in a calorie deficit. I'm logging my food. I'm doing OMAD. I'm eating under 1,200 calories a day. I'm doing 10,000 steps a day. I'm not losing weight. Why? Because you're not actually doing any of those things. You're logging food. You're not making your meals at home, cooking them without oils and butters and measuring them on your food scale. You're not in a calorie deficit like you said. You're not eating under 1,200 calories. You are lying. You cannot gaslight your way into losing fat, right? Right? So you want me to believe that you're doing all these things and it's not working. The truth is you're not doing those things. You think you are though. You think you're eating under 1,200 calories. You think you're in a calorie deficit. You think. Thinking is not facts. Do you make your meals at home? No. Do you cook them without oils and butters? No. Do you measure them on your food scale? No. You just lying. Lying is not going to get that fat off the back of your neck. So if I was you, I'd get a meal plan. I'd make my meals at home, cook them without oils and butters, measure them on my food scale. I would actually be eating at calorie maintenance and I would actually be losing fat and building muscle. I've helped over 100,000 people do this. Most people lose 8 to 15 pounds in the first 2 weeks and 1 pound of fat loss every week after that. You cannot gaslight your way into your dream body. You're going to have to do some work. Use the code LIVE.
No need to lie, because the body tells the truth.
Her hormones may be imbalanced. You cannot outwork imbalance hormones.
Send this to a friend who needs to hear it. I might not have a million friends, but you weigh as much as a million would. Got your own gravitational pull. Pulled me right in.
Sending this to myself.
Let's get back to the frequent eating myth. When you eat 6 or 7 times a day, you're keeping your insulin high almost constantly. That means your fat cells stay locked up, and your body runs on sugar instead of tapping into stored fat. Over time, this leads to insulin resistance, hormonal chaos, and stubborn weight gain. This is why intermittent fasting, keto, low-carb, or simply spacing out meals are powerful tools for weight loss. They let insulin drop low enough for your body to burn fat again.
The overconfident Tess Holliday.
Plus-size folks really stay rent-free in some of your brains. And it is so funny. It's hilarious. Because in the 15 years that I have been fat and online, the one consistent thing that I see is people shitting all over us for just existing. For just existing.
Here's the thing. No one's out here losing sleep because someone is plus size. What people do have an issue with is when just existing gets rebranded as never address the health consequences. The reason people speak up isn't obsession, it's concern. Being significantly overweight increases risks for heart disease, diabetes, joint damage. This isn't hate, it's basic biology.
If you guys really hate plus-size people as much as you say you do, then leave us alone. Let us exist. Shouldn't bother you. Shouldn't bother you that we sell out of your merch and show up looking better than most. And we're still fat. Shouldn't bother you. Shouldn't bother you that we never have an issue landing a date, getting a boo. Shouldn't matter. If fat people weren't in your orbit and in your brain as much as you deny that they are, it shouldn't bother you that we go to gyms and work out and take care of ourselves and do the things and are in the spaces that you are. Shouldn't matter. But it does matter. It does. And you know why? Because you're jealous of us. That is literally all it is. You're jealous that we are able to be happy and exist in our big fat bodies, and that threatens everything that you have ever been told about the patriarchy.
Jealousy? The patriarchy? We've officially left the realm of health and entered a buzzword salad. There is so much I want to say about this TikTok, but we'll make a separate video.
I'm convinced that the hate is just misdirected jealousy and actually wanting to be us, or even worse, they want to be with us.
How did he make you gain weight?
Cause, I mean, now the man can cook, brother can throw down. But he cooked full-course meals for breakfast, lunch, dinner. 2 o'clock in the morning, if I was hungry, he wouldn't fix me a sandwich. This man would make a whole meatloaf potatoes and gravy, vegetables, a big stupid cup of Kool-Aid. I go to sleep right on that. Get up in the morning, he done fixed French toast, pancakes, grits, biscuits. So now I'm laying on food on top of the food I just laid on a couple of hours ago.
So your complaint is that this man cooked too often and too well, and
he made me gain weight.
Mrs. Lucas, have you lost your mind?
Bro's already thinking what to make for dinner.
I'm overweight. Of course I eat more calories in the morning than other people do in the entire day. I'm overweight. Of course I'm a VIP member at every restaurant, but not at a gym. I'm overweight, but I'm not alone. Every second American is.
Overweight? In your dreams.
If we're serious about reversing obesity, we have to stop normalizing all-day eating and pretending it's harmless. The fat acceptance movement ignores the metabolic truth. Start eating in windows, ditch the constant snacks, and watch how your energy, health, and weight transform. This is about discipline, science, and rejecting the lie that obesity is just another body. Drink water before meals. Helps control portion size. Let's look at a very famous dietitian, who, I'll be honest, am not familiar with, reviewing a fat person's What I Eat in a Day video. I'm not here to nitpick every bite. I'm not super strict myself. But if you're a professional giving public nutrition advice, I expect more than generic tips anyone could give. Let's see what she's got to say. And you tell me, do you think this amount of food adds up?
This is what I eat in a day as a fat person who's eating 10,000 calories a day.
I can only imagine how frustrating it is to be in a larger body and have people assume that you just sit on the couch and eat 10,000 calories a day. But I already like this girl based on her sweater, so let's take a look.
So first I made my girlfriend and I eggs, and then we had mini bagels with cream cheese and jelly. I love making this breakfast. It has a lot of protein and it keeps me full most of the morning.
Love this. I mean, we know that protein at breakfast has tons of important benefits for weight management, mood, memory, and blood sugar control. And those little mini bagels look like a really great accompaniment.
She calls the breakfast great because it has protein. That's surface level. Yes, eggs are a solid protein source, but pairing them with mini bagels, cream cheese, and jelly is a huge hit of refined carbs and ultra-processed spreads. She ignores how this spikes blood sugar and feeds the wrong gut bacteria. Instead of just praising protein, she could have talked about fiber diversity, minimally processed carbs, and fermented foods to build gut resilience. Maybe keep the eggs, but swap the bagel for sprouted or fermented bread and add something colorful and fibrous. Think sauerkraut or avocado, so your microbiome starts the day thriving, not crashing.
Some iced coffee. So I made my favorite protein coffee, added my caramel.
Another green flag to me, because this is honestly one of my favorite hacks. If you find that caffeine makes you super jittery in the morning, pairing it with some protein, like a scoop of protein powder, is a great way to slow down the absorption of that caffeine.
The protein coffee gets a green flag, but again, no mention of the fact that flavored syrups and many protein powders are highly processed. She focuses only on slowing caffeine absorption, ignoring how gums, artificial sweeteners, and certain flavorings can disrupt gut microbiota and digestion. This is a recurring theme. The advice is calorie and macronutrient focused, without asking what's inside those macros. Through a gut health lens, we can also say that overly sweetened protein drinks train the palate to crave hyper-sweet foods. Just go for plain black coffee.
And then after this, I almost immediately went to sleep, missed lunch, and then made a mini bagel just to satisfy my hunger before we made dinner.
Ideally, we would want to prioritize sleep at night to avoid just kind of like sleeping through lunch. But to avoid getting too ravenous by dinner, I think a snack is a really important idea. Now, I like to think of snacks as mini meals. So that means we want to at least have some protein and fiber, and ideally some healthy fats in there as well. So to switch this up, she could do the mini bagel topped with whipped cottage cheese and raspberries with some extra fruit on the side.
I can agree. That's a reasonable take. But skipping a meal is fine, even better.
So dinner tonight, I made pasta with veggies, And then we also made some biscuits to go with it.
We do pasta in the regular at my house too, which I love because it is just so easy to dress up into a hunger crushing combo. Paige has the veggies down, which I love, but I would definitely try to bump up the protein with some chicken or tofu, or maybe use like a protein pasta like chickpea noodles. And for the record, no, this is nowhere close to 10,000 calories. And if you're still gonna tear into her, maybe ask yourself, would you leave the same hate comments if a thin person posted the exact same meals? Like Paige says, fat folks deserve respect too. Next.
She closes with calorie defense and a reminder to respect fat people. Respect is one thing, but pretending a carrying excessive body fat has no health consequences is another. Normalizing obesity while ignoring the diet patterns that fuel it is doing people a disservice. Honestly, I think this is a fine day of eating. If it were me, I'd probably throw in a piece of meat somewhere for more protein, but overall, it's not terrible. That's why I expected a lot more from the dietitian here. She basically gave the kind of surface-level praise anyone could give. Nothing special. As a professional, she should have done a deeper dive into nutrient quality, processing levels, and long-term health effects. And let's be real, if this is truly all she eats in a day, she wouldn't be carrying that much excess weight. This is almost certainly not the whole picture, and glossing over that fact doesn't help anyone.
Now, why can't you be this nice to thinner people?
To be fair, it's the reverse with most people.
Skinny girls don't need her. She targets large women so she could sell her courses. Yes, you're filled with stored energy, but I love and suggest that you eating even more.
Avoid liquid calories. Cut out soda, juice, and excess alcohol.
Fat people doing things, ba-da-da-da.
Let's talk about the cons of losing weight.
This is how I look.
Natalie Haig, who is a plus-size model.
People ask me all the time, what about a cheat meal? What about a cheat meal? What about a cheat meal?
Fat people doing things, ba-da-da-da. Fat people doing things. I film all the shit because there's not enough representation of fat people doing stuff.
Not much you can do except eat.
Fat people doing stuff. We're boring and basic, just like you.
Not basic, you are very extra.
Just like you. But you gotta be all weird about it. Fat people doing things.
You cannot climb a pair of stairs, but you are doing things. Okay.
This is how I look. Mind you, this is a Google Earth car. Are they gonna find this on the internet?
Yes. Gonna need Google Universe.
My name's Dom, and my wife's getting fat.
How fat we talking, brother?
Pretty fat. You know, I met her back in college. She was cute, solid 7. And a few years goes by, boom, she's breaking out the sweatpants. I can't even afford the Uber Eats bill.
You're gonna have to take on a second job to feed her.
At first, her boobs were getting bigger, and I was like, hello. But then it didn't stop. And I was like, hello? You're 170. That's a lot of weight.
170? Is this a joke?
I'd kill for $170.
Yeah, I thought this was a support group for guys with fat wives. That's just a little bit of cushion. You might want to go down the hall, dog.
Hey, this isn't a competition, guys. We all have fat wives. And I apologize for them. They're just a little testy. Their wives have gotten very fat.
I'm sorry. I've just had a tough week. Last night, my wife decides to take a bath.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I guess she got tired of me hitting her with the cold hose. Chaos ensues. She floods the whole first floor. Latino landlord kicks open the door. Guy soaked. Thought it was the rapture, poor prick.
Sorry to hear that, brother.
Yeah, no, she's still in there. Gotta go home after this and grease her out.
I recommend Valvoline full synthetic for that.
You know, they say they get nicer when they get fat.
That's a myth, brothers.
That's rich, Daryl. Your wife's on Ozempic, isn't she? Isn't she? It didn't take!
It didn't take. I looked at her search history yesterday, and all it was body positivity Reddit.
Oh, fuck.
Put a fork in her, you're cooked.
Look at us. We all envisioned our lives with just a moderately hot wife, nothing.
Checking to see if my husband are in these comments. He should be out getting me something to eat right now. He better not dare join this group.
I know this is supposed to be funny, but it still hurt my feelings. Guess I'll have some ice cream.
Obesity has become one of the greatest health challenges of our time, silently raising the risk for heart disease, diabetes, joint problems, and even certain cancers. Carrying excess weight is more than just a matter of appearance. It places enormous strain on nearly every system in the body. What starts as a few extra pounds can gradually grow into a serious barrier to living fully, robbing people of energy, confidence, and long-term health. Facing obesity means facing a reality that should not be ignored or normalized.
Everyone talks about the pros of losing weight, but let's talk about the cons of losing weight. I've lost 200 pounds. Let's go. Number 1, your hair falls out. Yeah, your hair will fall out. This is 22 inches. And everyone's like, oh, just take your vitamins, take your biotin. No, it's going to fall out. Your body's in stress. It's going to fall out.
This can happen with rapid weight loss. Just take your time. Even if it happens, it's just temporary.
Numero dos. Yeah, it's going to happen. I probably have a 6-pack right now. I work out 5 days a week. I work out abs 5 days a week. I don't have any abs. But I probably would. I hate it. But yeah, like, I have so much like loose skin on my stomach. It probably, I don't know. Your arms, your stomach, your booty. Yeah, yeah. Speaking of, you're used to being like a double D, whatever. No, not anymore. It's sad. It's really sad seeing like old pictures of me and I was like popping off. I was like, no, I'm not. It's okay.
Well, there are ways to minimize loose skin or even completely avoid vitamin C and hydration. Build muscle, a lot of protein, or simply just collagen. But most importantly, take it slow.
Number 3, people start treating you differently. What? Yeah, now everyone's your enemy. Now that you have like confidence, like stand up for yourself when people are like mean to me or you. Because video about you, not me. But you have confidence now to like stand up for yourself, and now like people are like, oh, she's a bitch because she lost weight. No, I've always been a bitch.
This is not a con. You get to see who your real friends are.
When I was 330, number 4, I don't know. When I was 300 pounds, I was never really worried about being kidnapped. Now I kind of am. Like, it would have been really hard to kidnap a 330-pound bitch. Now I'm 132. It might be a little bit easier for them. So I never go to a Walmart at night now. I used to love going to Walmart at night by myself, but now I don't. And if I do, I keep that on me. Before I lost weight, I never talked to boys. I was always scared of them. But now since I have to talk to boys, and because I don't want to like be alone for the rest of my life, it's hard. Dating is hard. I always like see girls like post me. It's like, oh my God, boys, dating is hard. And I'm like, girl, it can't be that bad. Yes, it is that bad. It is that bad. But maybe it's just me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just kind of... And also just, like, men in general. Because, like, before I lost weight, like, no one ever looked at me. And now, like, if I go to the gym, it's kind of, like, I don't know. And I'm like, oh, my God, everyone looks at me. But, like, I'm not trying to be that bitch. I'm really not. I'm not. I guess it's a pro and a con. When I was, like, a big girl, I never got my period. But now I do.
If this is true for obesity, why doesn't anyone talk about it since it's a statement of health on its own?
I was like a big girl. I never got my period, but now I do. I was used to once every 6 months. Now I'm always having to buy pads. Ugh. Also another pro and a con. I'm a lightweight now. Lightweight.
It gutted me when my friend said, "You're supposed to be my fat friend, but now you're skinnier than I am." Ex-friend. Why would they say that?
Cold. I am always freaking cold.
You haven't said a phobia.
Yeah, what don't you like besides treadmills?
He was holding that one in the chamber.
It's a confrontation on a plane between 2 passengers who were sitting next to each other.
You know nothing about me by the size of my body.
It happened on an American Airlines flight from Dallas to LA. Natalie Haig, who is a plus-size model, says she immediately realized there'd be a problem with the passenger sitting next to her.
Wonder why? As soon as I walk on the plane, I was met with this person that was just disgusted by the fact that I existed next to him.
Understandable.
Natalie says as they waited for takeoff, she noticed the guy was sending out a text to a friend. Natalie decided to fight back, snapping this photo and sharing it with her 100,000 followers on Instagram. His friend writes, hopefully she didn't eat any Mexican food. To which the passenger replied, I think she ate a Mexican.
So she's offended because she was reading his private messages. Make that make sense.
Model? Posting your own selfies does not make you a model. She's on Only Fat.
Fat is not something to simply accept, because acceptance in this case can sometimes mean surrendering to preventable illness. While self-love and respect are always essential, real care for oneself also means choosing habits that protect the body rather than harm it. Acknowledging excess weight as a problem takes courage. By seeing fat not as an identity, but as a temporary state that can be changed, people start a journey for freedom, strength, and a longer, healthier life.
Going on a first date. I'm shitting myself. He'll be here in like 2 minutes.
When's the baby due?
The day your parents don't see you as a disappointment.
This is a feeder's dream.
So my favorite snack is carrots and ranch, but I didn't have carrots. I had this pizza, and I didn't have ranch, but I had the Cool Ranch Doritos.
Guys, she was supposed to get an apple. It's not her fault she had to take one for the team.
The people ask me all the time, what about a cheat meal? What about a cheat meal? What about a cheat meal? You literally had a cheat life. Think about it.
This is the kind of accountability I need in all areas of my life, every day.
The good news is that weight loss doesn't require perfection. It requires persistence. Small, consistent steps create lasting results. Eating balanced meals rich in lean protein and vegetables, swapping sugary drinks for water, staying active through walking or strength training, and sleeping well each night. Progress may feel slow, but every healthy choice adds up. Remember that weight loss is not punishment. It is an act of self-respect. Start today, stay consistent, and celebrate each milestone. You are not just losing pounds, you are gaining back your future. Move daily. Even a brisk 20 to 30-minute walk makes a difference. Let's review a What I Eat in a Day as Fat video.
Welcome back to What I Eat in a Day as a plus-size girly. Y'all, for some reason, just doing this little, look at my body today made me emotional because, I don't know, I just want to be skinny so bad, and I just hope, I feel like being skinny is going to literally solve all my problems, and it's not, but I don't know. I'm tired of being overweight. Yesterday, I ate like crazy, and I know by my birthday I want to, be closer to 300 pounds, so...
Being skinny won't solve all of your problems, yes. It will solve all of your health problems and many more. But framing thinness as some fantasy while admitting she binged the day before shows the real issue here. Not body size itself, but a cycle of poor eating habits and lack of discipline. If you truly want change, you can't just wish for it. You need to change the inputs, not complain about the outputs.
I know by my birthday I want to, be closer to 300 pounds, so... Today, we have to have a good day. Yesterday, I had these leftovers because my mom had made chicken cutlets with rice and broccoli, so I had that for my breakfast with a coffee. Then I went to Dunkin', I got another coffee and a donut, and okay, here's me eating and drinking all of that. Anyway.
Having chicken cutlets with rice and broccoli is actually an okay meal, but then immediately going to Dunkin' for coffee and a donut. This is a perfect example of self-sabotage. You start off okay, then undo it with unnecessary extra sugar and calories. This mindset of just one more treat is why so many people struggle with weight. Saying you hope to be 300 pounds by your birthday while eating donuts every morning is a contradiction.
Okay, here's me eating and drinking all of that. Anyway, if I could eat better and walk every day, we'd be in luck. I bring 2 Uncrustables to work because they're 200 calories each, and I know one is not going to make me full enough, and I'm going to want other stuff. So I had one of those, and then on my lunch break, I had the other one with this little Rice Krispie treat and gummies and a water. Also, drinking more water is going to help, so trying to implement that as well. What else?
packing 2 Uncrustables for work, adding a Rice Krispie treat, gummies, and then patting yourself on the back for drinking water. But how does drinking water undo thousands of empty calories from processed snacks? Also, if I could eat better and walk every day, we'd be in luck. But where's the self-control? You don't need luck, you need discipline. Eating better starts with not treating your body like a garbage disposal.
What else? Last night I actually got off of work at like 9:30 p.m. I was home by 10 p.m. I had this London broil and mashed potatoes we got from ShopRite. It was actually really flavorful and really good. However, it was not enough to satisfy me, and this is where we all went downhill, because then I had 2 leftover slices of pizza and a Skinny Cow ice cream that I definitely didn't need at that point. Should have just had like a salad. However, A, I don't have salad, and B, I don't know. My head is not in the game, y'all. Anyway, bye.
So because you were not satisfied after dinner, you went back for pizza and ice cream. This is the clearest window into why change hasn't happened. It's not metabolism, it's not genetics, it's choices. The whole problem also may be the constant rationalizations. If you're serious about weight loss, you stock your kitchen with foods that help you succeed, not excuses waiting to happen. With no insulin spikes and more protein, you won't feel hungry. Exclude the sugar and bread and add more meat.
I want to lose weight so bad. Eats a donut. I'm also on a weight loss journey, and I can't tell you the last time I had a donut. Empty calories, come on. I know it's hard, but so is being overweight.
Oh, honey, it seems like your head's not in it. I've lost 30 kilograms in a little over 2 months, but my head and heart is in it. I'm loving it and the foods I'm eating and the education.
Go to your doctors and ask for Ozempic. It's actually appropriate for you.
Keep in mind that this was her good day. Her good day included 2 sugary coffees, a donut, 2 Uncrustables, candy, pizza, and ice cream. There was no attempt at eating better at all. Her, "my head's not in the game, y'all," in translation is, "I refuse to take responsibility." She is clearly an addict. So when people say just love yourself in any size and promote fat liberation, this is what it looks like in practice. Ignoring health consequences, binging at night, making excuses, and then crying about the consequences. Plan your meals. Reduces impulse eating.
Let their politics and values and ethics speak for them, not their weight.
This sounds nice in theory, but it's completely detached from reality. Weight is not just an aesthetic thing, it's a health marker. When you're obese, it's not quote-unquote morally neutral because your choices affect your body, your healthcare system, and even your family.
That during this period of a lot of weight loss and a lot of people turning their back on the communities, the audiences, the safe spaces that made them successful fucking sucks, okay? Like, I totally get it, and it's shit. But what I'm seeing, and I don't know if it's in response to that or if it's just because regardless of how much we may all be preaching body positivity, neutrality, fat liberation, some of us are still hung up on weight.
All of these body positivity, neutrality, fat liberation are the same thing. Just different terminology and ways to excuse unhealthy lifestyles. The entire point of fat liberation, fat acceptance, and all of these is to erase personal accountability. Imagine if smokers demanded smoking liberation, or imagine meth liberation, or alcohol liberation. Society needs to stop associating alcohol abuse with health problems. But somehow, with obesity, which kills more people worldwide than starvation, it's not that crazy.
Because I'm seeing an increase in fellow fat content creators' stuff in the comments, people questioning whether they've lost weight. And this comment I'm seeing a lot is, you owe it to us to tell us whether you're on weight loss drugs. Be honest with us. Now, I've seen this multiple times, and it's a bizarre comment to be leaving on anyone's shit. But I wanted to take a step back, right? Because body positivity, body neutrality, fat liberation, something they all have in common is this decentering of weight loss and decentering the morality around weight loss. And obviously then the acceptance of all body types. And I don't know how we can be preaching body positivity, body neutrality, and fat liberation while people are actively policing and monitoring plus size people's weight and body changes.
You cannot argue that we shouldn't police weight changes when fat acceptance culture built their identity being obese and gets upset when someone loses weight. This is a cult. All of these buzzwords are, in fact, cults. You are mad that your fans engage with you? And it's a question, just a question, no intentions.
People's weight and body changes, like that's insane. Like if we want the world to decenter weight loss and stop seeing it as morally good, then we also have to stop decentering weight loss. Now, don't get me wrong, like I said at the beginning, there are people who have lost weight and who have turned their back on the communities and audiences that they had built up when they were bigger. And that fucking sucks, and I totally get all the criticism that goes that way.
They did not turn their backs. They simply did not want to live the lie.
But also, weight goes up and down throughout our entire lives. Losing weight does not mean someone's politics, values, and ethics have changed. And if they haven't, centered it, then why the fuck are you?
She claims losing weight doesn't mean your politics or ethics have changed. Wrong. When you lose a serious amount of weight, you're living in a completely different reality. You wake up with more energy, your joints stop screaming, your blood work improves, and suddenly, the things you used to normalize don't make sense anymore. Of course, your worldview changes, because now you know firsthand what it's like to not be obese. You can't honestly say obesity is neutral when you've experienced how much better life is on the other side. That's why so many fat activists quietly change their tune once they slim down. They realize their old talking points were just excuses to cope with misery.
Now, again, I get it. If you're scared that your fat fave is losing weight and is going down that path, okay, you don't need to bring it to their door. Unless, of course, they actively make it obvious that their politics have changed, then you can't criticize them. Like, if again, within the body positive, body neutral, fat liberation space, if we want weight gain to be viewed as neutral, morally neutral, then we need to also view weight loss as morally neutral.
The claim that weight loss should be viewed as morally neutral is absurd. Sure, losing weight isn't some holy act, but it absolutely isn't neutral. It's positive. It's progress. Tell this to someone who worked their ass off to fight obesity, change their habits, and reclaim their health. To flatten that down to neutral is pathetic. Obesity isn't neutral, and overcoming it isn't neutral either. It takes discipline, pain, and commitment. If we start treating that as meh, doesn't matter, we rob people of acknowledging the real value of improving themselves.
View weight loss as morally neutral. I saw that as a comment on my threads, and I totally agree. Like, I have said that I can't predict the future. My weight may go up, it may go down.
What do you mean? How can it go up and down on its own? Why do you distance yourself from your weight? Your choices will influence it going up or down.
My weight may go up, it may go down. But my politics, my values, my ethics will not change. I will always advocate for fat liberation, true body positivity and body neutrality, because that I'm doing this for everyone.
So if you lose weight, you will lie to everybody that you do not feel better. Okay.
And I think maybe that's the rub, right? Is like body positivity, especially how it's been co-opted by much smaller, conventionally attractive people.
Well, no. Regular people with insecurities saw some value in self-love and took it in a healthier direction. But fat activists got bitter because they wanted to keep body positivity locked inside an obesity club. You don't want inclusivity. You want exclusivity. You made all movements about denying reality.
Like body positivity, especially how it's been co-opted by much smaller, conventionally attractive people, because it became about insecurity. And I'm not saying like that insecurities aren't something that need to be addressed and something that are massively impacted by the body standard and can lead to mental health issues, 100%, self-confidence. That's all really valid. But body positivity was for bigger than that. It was for like systemic changes in...
What does this actually mean? It means forcing society to accommodate obesity instead of encouraging people to improve their health. Wider seats, normalized unhealthy bodies, shaming doctors who point out medical risks. That's the systemic change you want. It's bending reality so people never have to face the consequences of their choices. Real systemic change would be making healthy food cheaper, promoting movement and fitness, fixing education around nutrition, talking health. Not this.
Like systemic changes in how we view and treat all body sizes. But if we just leave it at that insecure level, it's just very surface. I'm not trying to dismiss those problems. I'm just saying it's very surface level. It's not getting into the systemic oppression that other marginalized bodies can face. So I think when people who preach body positivity are now changing their bodies, well, because they always came from it from a very individualistic point of view, which was, I feel insecure, I don't want to feel insecure, and I don't want other people who look like me to feel insecure, hence why I built this platform. But now they no longer have a body they may feel insecure about. That's no longer a need for them. They've kind of dismissed it because they don't need it. Whereas if we look at it from a more collective, community-based change that needs to happen, then your body changing will not change how you view other people who still need to be advocated for. I hope that all made sense. That felt like a ramble. Anyway, my point is, stop policing people's bodies. If they want to talk about weight loss, let them. And if they turn their backs on the communities, yeah, fucking crack on, criticize them. But don't flood their comments asking all these questions and demanding answers. Like, that's so weird.
Well, obesity isn't just your body. It affects society. It drives up medical costs, strains healthcare, and influences younger audiences to accept being unhealthy as normal. This is not personal anymore. It's okay to be fat quietly. But if you preach that it's good, don't be shocked when people push back.
Extremely well put.
Thank you.
You owe us? My body has nothing to do with you. What fuck?
Here's the truth nobody in fat acceptance wants to admit. Obesity is miserable. That's why activists cling to this idea that losing weight doesn't change your values. Because if they admitted reality, they'd have to admit that weight loss does change you. When you finally shed the weight, you don't just look different, you live in a different world. You breathe easier, you move easier, you wake up without pain. And all the excuses about obesity being neutral collapse because you know it wasn't neutral, it was suffering. Sleep well. Lack of sleep increases hunger hormones. We've reached a point where spraying perfume on obesity is being sold as self-love. Let's see.
There's a stereotype for fat people, and it really irks me. It's the only one that really bothers me. It's this stereotype that fat people don't care about their bodies and don't smell good, maybe don't put effort into their bodies, when that cannot be farther from the truth.
See, this is the mental gymnastics right here. You are trying to say lotion and perfume equals caring about your body. Now, caring about your body means not destroying it in the first place. Lotion is not the same as health. Also, congrats, you've mastered basic hygiene, something every functioning adult should do. The issue isn't whether you try to smell good, it's that obesity objectively makes it harder. More skin folds equals more sweat equals more bacteria. Also, fat tissue creates inflammation, and that inflammation literally influences body odor. So yeah, the stereotype didn't come from nowhere. It's basic biology. And if you actually cared about your body, you'd be working to fix the damage. You literally don't care about your body.
Just like me, I know there are so many people out there, or maybe you just haven't gotten to the body care part of it, but fat people also care about their body, how their skin looks, how they smell, how clean they are. I got a comment like a month ago that really pissed me off because it was insinuating that fat people don't smell good. And I was like, are you kidding me? It was a random account just talking about how and why fat people don't smell good. And I was like, I cannot believe this random ass person is going so far and so deep into trying to explain this like if it was rocket science.
This is the victim mindset in action. Instead of thinking, hey, maybe there's some truth to that stereotype, she gets offended and makes a 2-minute rant about it. I will also sound like him. Kudos to him. I don't doubt he did a great job explaining. So, obese people have a higher chance of smelling bad for real biological reasons. Extra weight creates more skin folds that trap sweat and moisture, which quickly become breeding grounds for odor-causing bacteria and yeast. On top of that, fat tissue acts like insulation, making the body overheat and sweat more, so there's even more fuel for that bacteria. But it doesn't stop there. Obesity also drives chronic inflammation, which changes hormones, metabolism, and even the compounds your body releases through sweat and breath. Meaning the odor isn't just from the outside, it's coming from the inside too. Combine that with rashes, skin damage, and infections that are common in skin folds, and yeah, the science is clear. Obese bodies are far more prone to bad smells. But okay, spray another layer of Bath & Body Works over the problem. Imagine being more upset about someone pointing out you might stink than being upset about the fact that obesity is literally cutting years off your life.
Well, let this be a reminder that BO is not picky to bodies, okay? Literally any body, any size, any color, any weight can smell bad, okay?
This is the same logic fat activists use when they say, you can be thin and unhealthy. Yes, but what's more likely?
Just like any big body, any fat girl can smell delicious. I like to put on all my cremitas and my perfume and stuff because it reminds me how much I love my body, honestly. And you only have one girl, you only have one set of skin, you only have one set of hair.
You only have one set of liver, you only have one set of body, you only have one set of life.
That saying kind of applies to this too. Don't stop yourself from showing love to your skin and body just because it's not the body you wish you had at this moment. It's still your body. It's the body you wake up in every day. Show it love, moisturize it, make it smell good. And let's show the world that bigger bodies also smell really good.
This is pure comedy. Showing love to your body through perfumes, moisturizing your skin, reverses clogged arteries. Perfume erases the strain on your heart. This is delusional. Real self-love is getting up, exercising, eating right, and losing weight so you're not cutting years off your life. If you really love your body, stop suffocating it under 100 extra pounds and start doing the hard work to make it healthy. That's real self-care. At the end of the day, stereotypes aside, obesity isn't beautiful, it isn't healthy, and no amount of lotion, perfume, or TikTok affirmations will change that. Don't know if this is the correct way to use the phrase, but fat acceptance is just putting lipstick on a pig.
My mom always told me if I'm fat, make sure everything is perfect, only that way I'll be half accepted into society. She also told me no matter how much effort I put in to look nice, never expect a compliment. I wish she was wrong, but I never get compliments when I make an effort.
Honestly, I've seen both types of bigger women, but it really doesn't have to do anything with their size. It's just the type of person they are. A clean woman that puts in the effort to look and feel good will do so regardless of her size. Like you for sure look like you smell amazing lol. As a bigger girl, my #1 compliment is that I smell good. Half of the time I'm not wearing anything lol.
I'm a big girl too, and I know everyone can have bad odor, but us big people have to be more careful because we will have bad odor easier.
I also want to share from my experience that even diet has a pretty big impact on how you smell. What you eat literally leaks out of your body. Bad diet ramps up inflammation, messes with gut bacteria, and even alters the compounds that come out through your sweat and breath. That's why someone living on fast food and soda will smell completely different, and usually worse, than someone eating clean, whole foods. What do you think? Tess Holliday posted a video saying people are jealous of her. Yes, jealous of being obese. Let's break it down.
Plus size folks really stay rent-free in some of your brains. And it is so funny. It's hilarious because in the 15 years that I have been fat and online.
Wait, you have been fat for only 15 years, or you mean both? Fat and online. But you were never this big. We were at least able to see your face. Now it's all covered in fat. With the way this is going, I honestly don't even want to imagine what the next 15 years will look like.
You're my partner. 15 years. My partner.
In the 15 years that I have been fat and online, the one consistent thing that I see is people shitting all over us for just existing.
Existing? I'll let the comments decide if this video counts as just existing. I think this is a rhetorical trick because it frames any and all criticism as an unprovoked attack on your very being. It's not a conversation. If we disagree with you, we deny your right to exist.
Shitting all over us for just existing. For just existing. If you guys really hate plus size people as much as you say you do, then leave us alone. Let us exist. Shouldn't bother you.
I wonder if you hear the words before posting. I think this sentence did not turn out as you planned. What do you mean if you hate someone so much it should not bother you? The excess fat is inflaming your brain. Anyhow, what you wanted to say is, what I do doesn't affect you, so look away. But that is objectively false. It does affect us. We live in a society. It absolutely bothers me when I'm asked to emotionally celebrate a preventable health crisis.
Shouldn't bother you that we sell out of your merch and show up looking better than most.
Wait, who's this mysterious we you keep mentioning? Who do you refer to when you say we? Do you mean obese people as a group? So you are categorizing the world into fat versus thin? What's the cutoff here? BMI 30? How do I become one of you? And seriously, looking better than most, isn't this delusion? If the beauty standard is a melted ice cream cone, sure.
Looking better than most. And we're still fat. Shouldn't bother you. Shouldn't bother you that we never have an issue landing a date, getting a boo. Shouldn't matter. If fat people weren't in your orbit and in your brain as much as you deny that they are, it shouldn't bother you that we go to gyms and work out and take care of ourselves and do the things and are in the spaces that you are. Shouldn't matter. But it does matter. It does. And you know why? Because you're jealous of us.
I suppose by us you mean obese people? Or just fat people in general? But let's take you as an example so I don't make a mistake. What is there that you have and I don't? Fame? Sure, but that's not something I aspire to. On the contrary. Health? Pretty sure I win this one. Happiness? Well, I am satisfied with my life, but I don't think you are. Looks? I am not a woman, so the comparison is difficult, but you did have a pretty face long ago. Now you're all bloated. Money? I don't think now you have much either. We can see by the popularity you get now versus then, and by the services you now offer since you don't get more modeling gigs, so jealous. Jealous of what, exactly? Or we can view this even from different lenses. Jealous of the diabetes and heart disease. Jealous of the mobility issues. What part of this is the desirable part I'm missing? Or, as one of our commenters said, you know what, Tess? I absolutely am jealous of you, because if I let myself, I would eat to the point where I couldn't see my feet anymore. So have a box of Krispy Kremes and think of me. I'm also hungry. I blurred the name just in case. I really love your comments. Thank you all.
It does matter. It does. And you know why? Because you're jealous of us. That is literally all it is. You're jealous that we are able to be happy and exist in our big fat bodies.
You see how she said able to be happy, not are happy?
You're jealous that we are able to be happy.
Because subconsciously even, your mind cannot accept this lie. And jealous that you exist, I also exist. So how is your fat body better than my relatively fit body? What advantages do you have?
You're jealous that we are able to be happy and exist in our big fat bodies, and that threatens everything that you have ever been told about the patriarchy. And for everyone that's always asking my lip combo.
Nothing says health activism like selling lip gloss on Amazon while glamorizing obesity. I guess everything is content, right?
My lip combo. It's Whenever Walnut, this Makeup Forever gloss. And this is in the color...
I think Tess knows her time has passed. She's not on covers anymore, not on every talk show, so she leans into rage bait. She knows saying people are jealous is insane. It's the same as when she claimed she was anorexic. It's attention-seeking. Anyhow, we can see in her eyes that she is really angry. Angry she's no longer relevant, angry that she realized she was only used for a toxic campaign. She is bitter, angry, very angry. I just cannot understand at whom. At all people? At the companies that dropped her? Maybe angry at herself, but definitely bitter. What do you think?
They hate the fact that we eat whatever we want, and they really hate that.
It's fine if you're unhealthy.
Oh my god, you're so fat. You're so big.
We need to turn out this way. Oh!
Before you think I'm the problem.
Is there anything more healing?
Find it actually comical.
This is why I eat in a day as a beautiful plus size bitch.
This is gonna make me sound like a bitch, but is there anything more healing than seeing the people who fat shamed you in high school become fat themselves? Karma's a bitch.
But by your logic that fat is good, they will be happier and have better life. So you wish them well.
Yeah, it was my mom. My mom has been skinny her entire life, but recently in the last 4 years she has gained a lot of weight. I personally don't care if people gain weight, but she was my first fat-shaming bully, so she gets what she deserves.
Me too. My mom was my first bully. She's gained a lot of weight recently after being naturally skinny her whole life. Guess it's not just about eating a little less like she told me.
My mother. Moms usually ate the first bully. They were mine.
Both of my parents.
We need to turn out this way. Oh, stop it!
I just know she needed help getting up off that knee. You know there are areas of the body that they can't clean. Scissoring has to be hard. Is this the start of a Subaru commercial? Imagine the smells. Well, at least they're both pregnant.
That bridge is an engineering marvel. I commend the people who built that bridge.
My seatbelt, and bam, the seatbelt clicked. And before you think I'm the problem, we're just too damn fat for this car, the seatbelt locked on my smaller wife too.
Rob, your small wife is big enough to be a strong man, so I don't know what you're on about. But yes, car's a problem.
You don't need the seatbelt, you were built to tank accidents.
Let's talk about something that may be controversial. When most people think of whey protein, they imagine a quick, convenient way to build muscle or recover after workouts. But what's rarely discussed is that protein powders and shakes are an ultra-processed food. It's the watery part left over when cheese is made. Traditionally, this was considered a waste product. Whey itself comes from milk. It's the liquid byproduct when making cheese, but by the time it's filtered, dried, flavored, sweetened, and packed into shiny tubs, it's far removed from its natural form. Our gut microbiome, which thrives on whole foods, fibers, and diversity, doesn't always recognize or benefit from these highly refined powders. A sterile scoop of protein powder doesn't provide that ecosystem much to work with, which is why some people notice bloating, discomfort, or just feel like something's off. Over time, relying on them as a staple can actually create imbalances rather than support health.
It's fine if you're fat. If you're like, oh no, it's not fine to be fat. Being fat's unhealthy. It's fine if you're unhealthy. If you're unhealthy, you still deserve love and respect and to have a happy life as much as you can.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with fat being fine. Fat is not fine. Excess fat is bad.
Also, being fat doesn't mean you're unhealthy.
Does not mean, but it's very likely.
Health is complex. Who gives a shit? That's the thing. If you're like, oh, you're so fat. I get comments all the time. You're so fat, you're gonna die. You're so fat. Yeah, I'm gonna die. So are you.
So is the universe at some point.
Like, none of it matters. Have relationships with people outside of the internet. Do things that you enjoy. Fucking dance, garden, eat a goddamn piece of cake. Who gives a shit if you're fat?
You should give a shit about your health, of course.
Do you actually want to fucking waste your entire life wishing that you could be thin? It's pointless. It is a waste of a life. Your life is worth so much more than that.
Well, I think overeating is waste of life. There is so much more to life than food.
My body is just the wrapping paper. It's the inside that counts.
A playlist.
This is why I eat in a day as a beautiful plus size bitch. If you don't want to see a confident fat woman in her own skin, keep fucking scrolling. We don't want or need you here, bitch.
For dinner, we have pizza. I'm gonna eat the rest of this half pizza. That's what you guys think. For dinner, I have 2 pieces of pizza, 2 breadsticks.
Bread with bread. Nice.
Any fiber?
Back to the whey protein conversation. Another thing worth noting is the hidden ingredients and marketing tricks. It's a fact that behind the labels, most protein powders are filled with hidden extras, stabilizers, gums, artificial sweeteners, or cheap fillers that bulk up the scoop without you realizing it. Even regulations aren't always reassuring. In Europe, the standards for testing are often stricter than in the US, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're safe from misleading marketing. Companies are smart. They know which buzzwords sell, and they know most people won't read the fine print.
Oh my God, you're so fat. You're so big. You're obese. Do you know how big you are? I have eyes. I can see. I know what I look like. What?
You have eyes but not accountability. Eyes but not brain.
I doubt that one person has ever said that to your face. You just perceive that people are saying that, when in actual fact, you're the only one that looks at you.
Yeah, but you have a big heart. That's what matters. Don't worry, it's the inside that counts.
Compared to what? A deceased person. This is my second comment. She ain't the first one. Put her on gym. It's like buying Bitcoin in 2010. Your doctor or marine biologist. Maybe she grabbed the doctor in her fist. She eats whalefish as a complimentary dish. He said heavy, not healthy. We need excavations team to find her knee. As a farmer, yes, you are healthy. When your doctor is Dr. Pepper, we need...
Did he mention your thighs are eating your knees?
I find it actually comical that there's still legitimately people out there who think that fat girls are ugly and shouldn't wear bikinis. So sorry to disappoint.
OMG, your freckles are totally freckling and I'm so jealous.
That's because people who never had a weight issue truly don't understand.
I'm one of them, only because if you were mine, I'd want to keep all that body to myself.
Again, back to protein. You can make the protein shake much healthier by rethinking how you use it. Instead of just mixing powder with water, try blending it with fiber-rich fruits, leafy greens, nuts, or seeds. The fats and fibers help slow absorption, balance blood sugar, and support your gut bacteria. Occasional shakes, especially when you're on the go, aren't harmful, but they shouldn't replace real food. Think of whey protein as a supplement, not a meal in itself. And when you combine it with whole ingredients, it becomes less of a chemical product and more of a nutritious smoothie that your body actually recognizes. I'm not at all against protein shakes. They can be beneficial in many cases. I drink not more than a few shakes a week, only after hard workouts. We're going to be talking about a video that popped up in my feed that really highlights the fat acceptance mindset. So we're going to watch this video together, stop at certain points, and break down why this way of thinking is wrong. Let's start.
These are some things I'm not allowed to do because I'm fat. When you're fat, there's honestly just a long ass things that literally feel illegal for you to do. For some reason, when you're fat, you're not allowed to say that a man was like hitting on you or like has a crush on you or something, because people will literally be like, are you sure? People will literally not believe that someone could be attracted to you, and it's kind of absurd, actually.
You're saying it's absurd that people doubt men are attracted to you, yet attraction is not guaranteed and it's not owed to anyone. People are allowed to have preferences. Attraction is subjective, yes, and people are attracted to differently, but attraction is also influenced by health, lifestyle, and cultural standards. Let's not ignore the fact that for most, attraction isn't just about personality, it's about physicality too. Of course, there are men who are into bigger women, that's obvious, but it's not some massive conspiracy that most men aren't. That's just reality. What frustrates me is how fat acceptance turns this into society hates fat people, instead of admitting that health, appearance, and lifestyle matter to most people when they pick a partner. It's just human nature.
This was mostly an issue for me in like high school. I would be like no, I think this guy likes me, like he did this, this, and this. My high school like friends would be like, are you sure? Like maybe he just didn't mean it like that. Because to them, the thought of someone liking you is like impossible and kind of funny. Another thing that feels actually illegal to do when you're fat is to love your body for the way that it is now, without people saying that you're promoting obesity.
Here's the problem I have with this statement. You want to separate loving yourself from promoting obesity, but the way you present it blurs those lines. Loving yourself at any size is fine, but when you start broadcasting that message to an audience and portraying obesity like it's just another harmless body type, that's not just self-love anymore. That's influencing. And when people push back and say this promotes obesity, it's because intentionally or not, it does. You're showing people that there are no consequences, no urgency to change, and that being obese can be treated like it's a perfectly sustainable condition. But obesity leads to many health issues, and ignoring science to protect feelings is dangerous.
I just think that the fact that there are people who see people loving themselves as like a negative thing because their body doesn't look like what you would want your body to look like is crazy. Like, I don't know why people just can't admit that they just hate fat people, because that's the case. If you talk to a fat person who's like, no, I love myself, like I like my body the way that it is, and the only thing that you can say back is that they're promoting obesity, like that's so bizarre that you think that there's something wrong with like loving your body. No fat person is being an influencer to gain weight. I don't care what people say. That's not a thing.
But that's not the point. The danger isn't that people are trying to get fat. The issue is that by glamorizing obesity and shielding it from critique, these influencers create a culture where people stop trying to get healthier. If you convince people that every warning about obesity is just fatphobia, you're encouraging them to stay in a condition that puts their lives at risk. Also, people don't like dishonesty, so when you say you love your body the way it is, I think you're lying. What is there to love about being fat? The accept part I can understand, but love?
When you're fat, mental health is like an interesting thing that's never really taken as seriously as I think it is for other people. Like if a fat person is going through something, no matter what it is, people will automatically like relate it to your weight. I have had so many times where I've been like in therapy and talking about something completely different, and the therapist could be like, well, do you think that it's like linked back to the fact that you're overweight? And I'm just like, is there a lot of trauma that comes from being fat? Absolutely.
This is where accountability gets blurry. The trauma of being obese often comes from the real health problems tied to obesity. A lot of the problems comes from the actual strain your body is under. Acting like weight is just a random feature like hair color or height ignores the fact that it's a modifiable condition, tied heavily to diet and lifestyle. Therapy pointing out that your weight might affect your mental health isn't biased, it's medically sound. Mental health and physical health are connected, whether people like it or not. There is a lot of science how excess body fat influences your brain in terms of inflammation and so on. Being overweight affects your hormones, your energy, your brain, your mobility, so even your confidence.
And I don't think as fat people, all of our like issues have to do with being fat or stem from being fat, but people always think that. When you're fat, you're also not allowed to be in a happy relationship.
Relationships are complicated, and of course fat people can find love, but if someone doesn't want to date someone obese, that doesn't make them evil or shallow. It makes them honest about their preferences. Nobody is saying you're not allowed to be in a happy relationship. The reality is that people have standards, and physical health plays into that whether you want it to or not. If someone doesn't want to date an obese person, just means they value certain things in a partner that obesity doesn't align with. What you seem to want is universal acceptance, and that's just never going to happen. Some people will like you, others won't, and that's true for everyone. It becomes frustrating to listen to because fat acceptance tries to make preference itself into a form of discrimination.
This is something that very much frustrates me for sure. For one, I have a girlfriend, and a lot of people will comment on my shit and be like, you only have a girlfriend because a man wouldn't date you, which is so bizarre. Like, I don't want a man. I just feel bad for the plus size girls who are only girl kissers, because y'all probably get told all the time that you're only fruity because men wouldn't like you, when in reality it's men that are saying this to you. And if you think that men are so dateable and amazing, why don't you go date one? Have fun. But also, God forbid you are in a relationship with a skinny man when you're fat. Forget about it. He has a fetish, you're rich, all these terrible things. But again, this always pisses me the fuck off because ugly men are allowed to date the most beautiful women ever. And I'm just like, guys, collectively, we have to stop doing that. We have to stop.
This part is honestly hypocritical. You don't want people to judge fat people for dating who they want, but then you turn around and shame women for dating men you consider ugly. You're doing the exact same thing you accuse others of doing, deciding who is or isn't worthy of love based on appearance. It's almost ironic. Fat acceptance demands unconditional acceptance, but you don't extend the same courtesy to anyone else. This is why people don't take this movement seriously. You don't want equality. You want special treatment and protection from reality. You just can't demand unconditional acceptance for your body type while mocking others. This contradiction exposes how the fat acceptance movement often wants a one-way street. Validation without accountability.
Collectively, we have to stop doing that. We have to stop. If you're a beautiful woman, which you are, please just don't date an ugly man. Please. It gives them too much power, like they genuinely think they rule the world. It's sick. Honestly, as a fat person, keeping track of all the things I feel illegal to do is a full-time job. But also at the same time, I'm gonna keep doing the things. Sorry if me being fat existing makes you uncomfortable, but what can I do?
And here's the bottom line. Nobody is saying fat people can't exist. Nobody is saying you don't deserve to live your life. What we are pushing back on is the idea that obesity is something we should normalize and celebrate. And what can you do? You can take responsibility. You can acknowledge the reality of what obesity does to the body instead of dismissing it as hate. Let's see what the comments say.
Lose weight. It's always the answer. Like, okay, let's say I do lose all this weight. Will I no longer be bipolar? Will I no longer be prone to manic depression? Will it bring me great happiness? Will my already existing marriage somehow get even better because I'm skinny?
Yes.
We're also not allowed to say we want food. Everyone always expects us to be on a diet and in a cycle of self-loathing.
I can't wear clothes with food on it, lol.
They don't like it when you call yourself fat either, at least in my experience. I've had people essentially bully me without ever calling me fat, then when I say it they're like, no, don't call yourself that. Like,
when you use fat as a descriptive, not to talk down on yourself, and they go, no, don't say that. You're so pretty. Yes? I never said I wasn't. I was just describing my body. You can be fat and pretty at the same time.
I was talking about my boyfriend and someone said, I feel sorry for him, like.
Or when someone is attracted to you, everyone just assumes that they're a chubby chaser and fetishizing you. Like no one could ever just find us attractive?
My coworkers all assumed I was lying when I told them I was getting married.
You're looking from a very tight perspective.
I've recently lost weight and the way I'm treated by strangers now is so weird. Like they talk to me, to my face, with respect. I hate it. When I was fat it was so different.
And that's really the core issue here. Fat acceptance tries to frame obesity as something to be celebrated, when in reality it's something to be overcome. There's a huge difference between loving yourself and lying to yourself.
Hey everyone, we're plus size park hoppers and we range in sizes from 2X to 5X.
I'm gonna stop you right there.
This is what I eat in a day as a beautiful plus size girly.
This woman is calling my wife my husband because my wife has muscles.
Don't put the pressure on me to be an advocate for all sizes.
Did you know that Southwest Airlines is changing their customer of size policy? Hey everyone, we're plus size park hoppers and we range in sizes from 2X to 5X. Make sure you like this video and follow us for more plus size tips and tricks. We've been getting a ton of questions asking about which airline we use. As Southwest loyalists over the last 10 years, we were definitely surprised to hear about all of the changes coming. If you haven't heard, Southwest is implementing assigned seating, and with that they're making changes to their customer of size policy. The current policy allows plus size travelers who encroach upon the neighboring seat to purchase an extra seat and get refunded for it after the flight. But unfortunately, as of January 27th, 2026, this policy will be changing. Plus size travelers can still purchase an extra seat, but it will only be refunded if the flight isn't completely full and if both seats are in the same fare class. While it is nice to know that the extra seat could potentially be refunded, the possibility that it wouldn't remove so much of the peace of mind that the previous policy provided. The policy that is unfortunately changing has helped so many plus-size people feel more comfortable about traveling. We can say with certainty that it has given so many people the confidence to travel when they thought that it might not be a possibility. The customer of size policies aren't just for the comfort of plus-size travelers, but for the comfort of everyone. In our several years of flying Southwest, the majority of our flights have been full, so it's hard to imagine that we would be refunded 100% or even most of the time. In a day where flights are already expensive, it's hard to ignore the fact that Southwest planes do tend to have less room overall, are less comfortable, and provide less amenities. Southwest has honestly taken away everything that made them more convenient than other airlines with no added benefits. Ashley and Sarah recently flew JetBlue and they were shocked by how much more comfortable and roomy the standard seats were. Not to mention the free Wi-Fi and the TV screens. For our future trips, we'll be branching out and trying other airlines. And those of us who need an extra seat will split the cost between each other. If there's a chance we're going to be paying for an extra seat, we might as well be doing it in a more comfortable plane with a fun little TV.
How is it unfair to pay for 2 seats if I need 2 seats? You still get refunded if the flight isn't full.
As a big guy myself, I think it's BS that you get refunded for the second seat. I've never once thought I should get treated better or anything because of my size. It's embarrassing, actually.
Shh! Don't be logical. They'll call you hateful and miserable. Are you telling me I can identify as plus size and get 2 seats to myself?
No, there's nothing I can do, but a fucking heart attack can. Or like cardiac arrest. That'll take care of it. Kind of.
Do you believe in the saying, no pain, no gain?
No. I gained 90 pounds with no pain.
Knee pain.
So the back pain comes after.
Reverse, no gain, no pain.
It's always a good idea to lose some weight and build some muscle. At the end of the day, carrying less fat and having more muscle is just better for your health, your confidence, and honestly, your quality of life. Think about it. Being overweight puts extra strain on your heart, your joints, your organs, and it's linked to many health problems. And when you add muscle on top of that, game changer. Muscle doesn't just make you look good, it boosts your everything. It strengthens your bones and makes everyday stuff easier.
This is what I eat in a day as a beautiful plus-size girly.
Why the need to convince? Can we all decide for ourselves? Not denying, but saying that makes you less.
I got a diet root beer with some ice this time. And then I got your build your own Butterburger basket. I got a double patty with ketchup, mustard, and pickles. Measly amount. And I meant to just get 1 piece of cheese. I have 2.
And then just for a little road trip snack, we have some milk chocolate flips. Looks delicious.
Water. Mozzarella sticks. Oriental chicken salad. Bombing. Dressing on the side, bitches. Breadstick.
Get your hand away, I'm opening them. This is what you get for wanting a snack.
So you never cook?
Who said you're a big woman? I think you look fantastic. More power in your positivity. Make you hungry when watching you devour your goodies.
I'm going to stop you right there. I have absolutely no interest in talking about my weight or discussing weight loss today in this consultation. I came here to talk about my shortness of breath.
Yeah, so we just got the x-rays back and it appears you actually have a broken leg.
Yeah, look, I'm going to stop you right there. I actually came to talk to you about why I'm finding it so difficult to walk, and I have no intention of talking about the broken bones in my leg.
Yeah, but the broken bones are why you're finding it so difficult to walk.
Ugh, you're just like all the other doctors, you fat-phobic, misogynistic prick.
God have mercy upon us.
Should have called Uber truck.
I don't blame him.
So losing weight and building muscle doesn't have to be complicated. Step 1. Clean up the diet. Not saying you need to eat chicken and broccoli every day, but cut back on the constant junk food, sodas, and late-night binges. Step 2. Move your body. Cardio helps you burn fat, but resistance training is where the magic happens. Lifting weights, but even body weight exercises at home. And here's the bonus. More muscle means you burn more calories, even while resting.
I don't care if they don't stock a size 4. This always gets thrown at me. Why are you not talking about the size 4s that are no longer being stocked? Why are you only bringing that to my attention when I've started this conversation talking about brands no longer offering plus sizes, stripping back their plus size fashion ranges? Why is it only then do you bring this up? Like, make your own fucking video talking about how brands are not stocking size 4s.
This shows how the fat acceptance movement isn't about fairness or inclusivity, it's one-sided advocacy. You demand empathy, but show zero empathy. It's a selective victim mentality.
Like, make your own fucking video talking about how brands are not stocking size 4s. But don't put the pressure on me to be an advocate for all sizes when you weren't going to advocate for the plus sizes to begin with. Why is it on me to be the bigger person, pun intended, to include all sizes in my advocacy when you were never going to talk about my plus size friends? Why are you trying to undermine my original argument? Why are you trying to be like, why are you not talking about this? Because I'm talking about that. I'm talking about that. Like, make your own fucking video.
Okay, but if brands don't sell your size, it's not discrimination. It's just a demand. Maybe it's worth asking if you're advocating for fairness or just making excuses to avoid personal responsibility.
It's always the thin people who have never in their whole life done anything to advocate for fat people.
So this woman is calling my wife my husband because my wife has muscles. So I'm going to show you a picture of my wife, and then I'm going to show you a picture of Melissa, who's saying that my wife looks like a man. Here's a picture of my wife, who is way out of my league. And let's take a look at Melissa. Okay, and here's the woman that's saying my wife looks like a man.
Now, what did we learn today, Melissa? Today we learned that sometimes it's better if you just shut the fuck up.
What did we learn? We learned Melissa is the man here.
Melissa is just angry because there are fairy tale creatures in his swamp.
You are fat because you don't have hobbies. Bored people eat because they have nothing else to do. Trust me, I can say that because I used to be one of them. And food is the most interesting part of your day, and like your meals are the thing that you look forward to the most. You have a problem. I'm gonna hold your hand. You do have a problem and you need to fix it, and you can fix it. That's the good news. I found that when I was the most bored in my life and had like nothing going on, I turned to food because it gave me a dopamine hit. It was fun to make, it was fun to eat. But once I started adding more things into my life that enriched my life more than the food noise stopped. So this is my sign to you. If you are a boredom eater, please get a hobby. Get a hobby and weight loss will become 10 times easier, I promise.
Go for less fat, more muscle, more energy, better health, and you're going to like what you see in the mirror too. It's always a good idea. The only question is, are you going to keep making excuses? We're reviewing a fat acceptance video that makes you question whether people are lying.
Being fat feels a lot like being famous.
Famous people have money, influence, and fans. You have cholesterol, joint pain, and movement issues.
Being fat feels a lot like being famous. For example, when you're fat, you feel more comfortable having someone with you when you leave the house, because if someone is with you, then you're less likely to get bullied. And if you do get bullied, then hopefully that person will stand up for you, kind of like a security guard would.
Because people might bully you. As if people are waiting in the streets to bully or attack you. Honestly, that just doesn't reflect reality. Most people don't even notice you. Most people are far too busy with their own lives to care. I don't walk around staring at strangers, and neither do the vast majority of people. If someone is harassed, that's wrong, of course, but framing it like society at large is obsessed with ridiculing you just isn't true. More often, the attention comes from a sense of self-consciousness. People project their own insecurities and assume everyone is watching.
People take pictures and videos of you out in public without your consent and post them on the internet. People assume things about your intelligence, morals, and character, even though they've literally never met you.
You say people assume things about your intelligence, morals, and character, but isn't that exactly what this whole fat acceptance movement does to others? You assume anyone who questions obesity must be hateful or judgmental. But heart disease, diabetes, joint issues are not assumptions but medical facts. Even as stares happen, nobody looks at someone overweight and thinks, I bet she's secretly evil. The only assumption people might make is, okay, this person isn't making the healthiest choices. That's just common sense. If you're pounding down fast food every day, people aren't being judgmental, they're just observant.
People stare, like not just little kids, like grown people will have no problem gawking at you like you're an animal at the zoo. Your accomplishments are downplayed as if you don't deserve them.
The whole my accomplishments get downplayed thing, no, they don't. If you get a PhD or start a business, people respect that, but no one can know that by looking at you.
People treat you very differently than they treat normal people, almost like you're not a real human with feelings. They're very comfortable saying things to you that they would never say to someone that they viewed as a real person. You have to sort of live in this bubble outside of reality. Like, you can't really participate in the same life as a normal person. You can really only cosplay it.
You say, you can't really participate in the same life as a normal person. Well, right there, you admit the truth. Even you call it normal to not be obese. That alone proves the point. Obesity is not the default state of human health. If it was, you wouldn't feel the need to compare your life to normal people. The very language shows deep down you know that being overweight creates barriers, and those barriers come primarily from health limitations.
And when you are trying to be normal, you know that it's all the people around you are thinking about, even your friends and family. And you know that it affects how they treat you.
You say that even family and friends are thinking about your size when you try to, quote unquote, be normal. But again, that's not about them, that's about you. They just care about your well-being. They're worried about you. Your grandma is telling you to lose weight out of love. It's not fatphobia.
And you can't even talk about the challenges you face because then people will attack you and tell you that you chose your life and have no right to complain about the negative aspects. I know this sounds very delusional, but it's the best way I can explain it.
You say people tell you that you, quote, chose your life. And here's where accountability comes in. Nobody is born destined to be obese. Lifestyle choices play a massive role. Diet, exercise, discipline. Of course, there are genetic factors, but for the majority, weight gain comes from habits, and habits can change. Saying it's all outside your control only traps you in a victim mindset. Let's see what the comments say.
I've been fat most of my life and this hasn't been my experience, but I'm so sorry it's been yours. Also, though, cute shirt, where did you get it?
Well said. My exact sentiment. Not my experience, and I've been mid-300s for my adult life, but I'm so sad it is her experience.
1000% true. I was dressed up for a wedding, and as I'm walking to the church door, a car goes by and everyone in it mooed at me.
We are reviewing body positivity activist reviewing a viral TikTok about plus-size dating.
I'm a little late to this one, but let's talk about coffee date gate. For those who don't know what I'm referring to, this woman got on here, she was black, she was plus size, and she talked about how she said no to somebody who asked her out for a coffee date.
Let's watch the video she's referring to.
A man asked me for coffee today after work, and I politely told him no, and then brought myself to McAllister's, where I got this croissant, this grilled chicken sandwich, and an entire bowl of broccoli cheddar soup and a Dr. Pepper for under $25. Now, I'm not going to argue with you about how you like to date, just like I don't want you to argue with me about how I like to date. But coffee is never going to be an option for me. And just like I respect your choice to coffee, respect mine to not coffee.
And of course, I'm sure you can guess what the comments were saying. Basically, like, where do you get off saying no to this thing and having a standard when you look like that? When you are not desirable, so presumably you shouldn't have a lot of options, so then why are you saying no to the options that you do have?
But that wasn't the point. Her point was that she does not accept coffee, but want a restaurant. So maybe the internet's reaction wasn't hate. People just pointed out that standards are a two-way street. If you demand high standards from others while ignoring your own health and presentation, don't act shocked when everyone says it's hypocrisy. She also didn't just say, no thanks. She posted it online, making a public performance of her rejection. This wasn't just about having standards. Anyhow, you argue that rejecting a date means you value yourself, but someone can also say that value comes from effort, not entitlement. The reason people scoffed at this woman's no is because she represents a cultural moment where people who have done nothing to improve their situation still demand premium outcomes. If you're 100 pounds overweight, struggling with health, and still insisting that no man is good enough for a coffee date and demand a restaurant may be arrogance. Also, people were mad at the weird backhanded flex, rejecting the offer, then immediately posting a TikTok showing off her solo meal like it was a victory lap. The backlash is because she declared a coffee date beneath her. Coffee is literally the most neutral, least creepy, least demanding first date you could possibly have. No expectations, no expensive bill, just conversation.
And what I think is so fascinating about this is it presupposes that anything is better than nothing, that any date, any relationship, any man is better than being single. And I just think, are we not at a place in 2025 where we all don't realize that, like, any man is not better than no man? Hello? It's just so wild. But the thing is, when any man isn't better than no man, and this is the entire principle of like the 4B movement, or like any, women are dropping out of dating article or whatever. The entire premise is that, like, we see how badly a bad relationship can go. There is no benefit to being in a relationship that you're not excited about with a person who does not treat you well.
This whole being single is better than a bad relationship is a false shield. Of course, nobody is saying you should jump into an abusive relationship. What critics are pointing out is that women who are statistically least desirable in dating markets often have the loudest demands.
And even if you are at the bottom of the totem pole, if these things did work as one-to-one desirability hierarchy, as many of these commenters think, or at least think they should, that's a whole other discussion. The thing is, even if you are, and I would say I probably am, the lowest of the low, the bottom of the garbage can of dating, and you don't deserve anything, and no one's ever going to want you, so if somebody wants you for anything, you should say yes.
The melodramatic self-drag. I'm the lowest of the low, the garbage can of dating. What does that have to do with the woman's grilled chicken sandwich? Absolutely nothing. She didn't cry about desirability politics. This was all projection from you. Instead of addressing the actual point, I prefer real meals over coffee. You made it about yourself.
No one's ever going to want you, so if somebody wants you for anything, you should say yes. When you don't need that, and the only reason you would need that at this point is for emotional reasons. Because, like, what, you need a provider? Like, the bottom of the barrel men can't provide. Like, you need you want someone to pay for your life? They can't pay for your life. You want someone to have good sex with? They're not gonna make you come. It's what do they have to offer that you cannot do yourself? You can do all those things yourself. So
again, who is talking about that? Neither the comments went to that topic. She wasn't ranting about bottom of the barrel men. She was saying, if you're asking me out, put in the effort to take me to a proper restaurant. It was all about I want food, not coffee, but also relationships aren't charity work. Someone can say that if you refuse to improve your health, your looks, or your mindset, you shouldn't turn around and insult the only men who are even showing up. No charity work, but also not transactions. This is a transactional view of relationships that completely eliminates love, companionship, building a family, mutual support, etc.
You can do all those things yourself. So it just becomes, even if you are the most abjectly disgusting loser who can't get a date, okay. And so you really do start to think, when you grow up being told you can't get a date, no one's ever going to want you, you really start to be like, okay, what else is there? And then when somebody does want you, but it's like a type of attention that feels gross or dehumanizing or just not up to your standards, you're just not interested. This woman just doesn't like coffee. That's allowed. You know what I mean? You can say no.
So the defense boils down to she just doesn't like coffee. We're really supposed to believe this whole viral saga isn't about entitlement, but about beverage preference? And if this was true, why lecture the internet about hierarchy, oppression, and desirability politics?
You can say no. And maybe it does mean you'll be alone, but when you have in your head that being alone isn't the worst thing to happen to you, then you can it's no skin off your back to say no. Like, you know what I mean? It's just so wild that this discourse is still assuming that in the year of our Lord 2025, our Lord, the year of fucking Satan, I don't even know, but like, is really any relationship for a heterosexual woman better than no relationship?
Is any relationship better than no relationship? Of course not. But also no one's arguing that. People are just pointing out that if you want companionship, you can't treat harmless offers like coffee as insults.
If I don't have the perfect person, I'm not getting in a relationship at all, period. Because why would I need to? There's no reason. And they're trying to take that away from you right now. So, I don't know, just as a bottom of the barrel ugly who doesn't get male attention very much, when I do and it feels gross, I'm not going to take it, because that's also conceding that I'm the bottom of the barrel, and I may be the bottom of the barrel in looks, but like, I think I'm a cool person. I'm not going to concede that. I'm not going to be like, well, you know, I'm really smart and I have a master's degree and I have a lot to offer the world, but because I'm ugly, I should settle for a man I don't like. No! I'm sorry. No!
By repeating that you are ugly, you are baiting for more comments. Okay. But why are you inventing an imaginary battle? An argument can be made that you are asking a man to overlook a major physical preference, a preference that often correlates with serious health issues like heart disease, diabetes, and joint problems, while you yourself are unwilling to overlook a trivial preference like the venue of a first date.
No! I'm sorry. No! Even if I'm ugly because my personality trait of like being too indulgent with food or something, like even if it's like something that's like supposedly a negative personality trait that keeps me ugly, even if it's that, I don't deserve to be miserable, because any relationship is not better than no relationship. I'm sorry. You just want people that you think you're better than to have to be miserable so you can feel better than them.
No. What people want is accuracy. If you're going to respond to a video, actually respond to the video. Don't twist it into a speech about being bottom of the barrel ugly when the original point was clear. I know that I should also be addressing the comments she received to be accurate, but I did not see too many negative ones. We'll check them later together.
I mean, isn't the thing they always threaten us with, you're gonna end up single? And if I'm truly the bottom of the barrel, no one's gonna want me, and one person finally does, and the alternative, if I don't go for them, is ending up single, then like, why are you so invested in me taking that option versus the thing that you think is terrible, when I can clearly tell that you are just invested in people you think are lower tier acting their tier? Like, if I act my tier, is that not just staying single? But no, you want people to be desperate. You want them to be single against their will. You want them to be sad and miserable and lacking and wanting the thing that you probably have or have a better chance at getting. So again, you can feel better and reaffirm your place above them in the hierarchy. With any dating standard, if you're eliminating like a large swath of the population, then yeah, you're eliminating a lot of people and you're gonna have fewer options. But I get it. I get it if you don't want to be with somebody who has no money. You are eliminating the vast majority of people, but like, go off. It's the same thing as like, I can't be with someone under 60. Okay. It's almost everyone. Enjoy. But like, if you want to do that, you're entitled to. If I want to say I only want to be with people who treat me well, and that eliminates all but 0.0000001% of men because I'm so ugly, okay. I'm sorry. Any man is not better than no man in a world where I can have my own credit card.
I completely agree with her main point that any relationship is not better than no relationship, but I dislike the twisting of the topic. I also feel negative about the original TikToker's video. What do you think? Bottom line, the original video was about restaurants versus coffee shops. That's it. She hijacked it, ignored the actual point, and made it all about her insecurities. And that's the problem with so much of this online discourse. People don't actually listen. They just use whatever clip is trending as a launchpad to vent about their own issues.
It's so interesting because this debate is people saying you want too much more than coffee or you don't think highly enough of yourself okay with coffee. Like truly you can't win. Personally, coffee is fine by me because I'd rather not try to entertain myself through a dinner with a boring man. A 30 minutes coffee is fine.
If anything, a plus-size woman should have even higher standards to weed out the ones who don't rate her. Being unattractive doesn't mean that she has to let someone mistreat her.
You ain't ugly, and that black lady who said no to coffee is a successful model.
According to a lot of people and societal beauty standards, we both are. Otherwise, her comment section wouldn't have looked like that.
Let's see how the comment section looked like.
Am I the only one who actually would love a coffee date?
It's an age thing. I used to think like this.
If I want coffee, I have a coffee maker at home, just saying.
How many no's you think you have left?
Some jokes just write themselves.
No argument. Perhaps a different perspective. First time meeting someone, grabbing a coffee and a quick chat, it's safe. You don't have to get coffee. Most coffee places have other alternative beverages. You can go to place that serves smoothies, ice cream, etc. Also, these type places allows for quick exit if needed. Also, these quick meetings you don't have a lot of time invested if the guy turns out to be a creep. Food for thought.
This is just one example of how your health is political.
Okay, right out of the gate, your health is political. This is the classic fat acceptance move. Take an individual health challenge and turn it into an oppression narrative. Even if politics affect resources, using that as a shield against personal responsibility is wild. It's dangerous.
So I was attacked by Jillian Michaels, not physically, on YouTube. Because for reasons unbeknownst to me, YouTube felt it necessary to surface me not only content of Jillian Michaels, but her YouTube channel. God only knows why, because let it be known, YouTube, I don't want to watch Jillian Michaels' content. Somehow worked out that we're both personal trainers that happen to be lesbians and thought we had similar interests. We do not. Regretfully dove headfirst into a Jillian Michaels hole. Don't recommend anyone go there. What this allowed me to do was see clear as day how our health has been politicized. Jillian Michaels continues, and I believe as always, blamed individuals rather than pointing the finger at policies and systemic barriers.
95% of the people who lose a large amount of weight in the world gain it back, and on Biggest Loser we had a 35% success rate, so that's huge. How could I combat it? Well, the first thing was helping them understand that while they were a victim, there's no question you went through hell. I validate this for you. You were a victim, but now you are perpetuating this cycle with choices that you're making because this food is providing you something and you're going to need to get real with what it is. You are in fact overweight because you want to be overweight, whether it's because you want to desexualize, because you want to connect to your mother, because you want to reject the parents that rejected you. It's a choice you're making.
And here's where the activist completely misreads the room. Jillian isn't denying that people have had hard lives. I am not very familiar with Jillian's work, but she literally says, "You've been through hell." But after that, she says it's time to take the wheel. Pretending weight gain is purely about systemic forces erases the fact that millions of people in the same situations make different choices and get healthier. That's reality. And if you can't talk about choice without being accused of blaming the victim, then how do you ever help anyone change?
What Jillian Michaels ignores here with this oversimplification is that over 13 million Americans live in a food desert, aka a food apartheid, places where there is limited or no access to fresh and affordable food.
She mentions the food desert argument in many of her videos. Even if this is true, even if you really are in an area with limited fresh produce, that still doesn't mean weight loss is impossible. You can always start by eating less overall, regardless of what's available. That's free, it's immediate, and it works anywhere. From there, you can build on that progress. Maybe you find one decent market in the area. Maybe you make small swaps over time. But the first step simply requires deciding to take control, not waiting for perfect conditions.
Many low-income neighborhoods have on average 25% fewer supermarkets than their more affluent counterparts. 25%! Why do you point the finger at that, Jillian? Lest we forget, Jillian Michaels has gone from shouting in people's faces on The Biggest Loser to now going into the White House. Perfectly honest, she's not asking questions to help you or I. In my opinion, Jillian Michaels is more so using wellness, her platform and her privilege to stir up fear and mistrust. Yes, I flipping love any type of jalapeno artichoke dip. I'm sure Jillian Michaels would tell me that this was poisonous and it's going to kill me, but I can tell you right now, this is not poisonous. It's absolutely delicious.
Now she mocks Jillian for daring to point out personal responsibility, acting as if any suggestion that choices matter is some cruel, outdated view. But pretending that choices don't matter or that overeating is purely a symptom of systemic injustice is insane.
She mentally, physically, and emotionally abused these participants, additionally providing caffeine supplements to them. She perpetuated the very abuse she claims was compassionate. Half those contestants gained their weight back. The fitness industry is disgusted with her.
Fatphobia. Skinny people can do.
Fatphobia. Go away, you suck.
Gained weight.
Fat liberation.
Fat liberationist.
Let's dive into yet another episode of Fat Acceptance Logic Gone Wrong. You know, that corner of the internet where personal responsibility takes a back seat to blaming basically anyone else for the consequences of obesity. Fat activist Hannah is demanding businesses to bend reality so she can avoid facing uncomfortable truths about health. So, let's break down this video, part by part, and talk about why this kind of thinking is not just wrong, but harmful.
The level of fatphobia where people would rather defend multi-billion-dollar industries and corporations that rule the world over even just agreeing with a fat person that maybe they should have access to things. So, for example, I've seen many a person on this app say, well, why should H&M stock your size in store? If you want to shop in store, then you need to lose weight. Are you being paid by H&M to say that? In what world does stocking extended sizing impact you? Take anything away from you?
We are not defending corporations. We are just pointing out basic logic. H&M isn't some evil mastermind conspiring against you. They're a clothing store. That's it. It's a business. They make sizes that fit the average population, not the extreme outliers. You don't walk into a shoe store and scream, oppression, because they don't carry clown shoes. Or do you? And asking a business to re-engineer their supply chain to accommodate obesity is entitlement. Corporations' only job is profit. And the reason they limit plus-size availability is because, statistically, it doesn't sell as well. It's all about consumer demand, and in some cases, maybe brand image. But do you really think if there were more money in plus-size clothing, that brands would be intentionally fat-phobic? If that is even a thing. How can a business be fat-phobic? The body positivity movement was supposed to be about loving yourself, but you've warped it into a weapon to demand the world contort itself to your preferences. It's sad.
In what world does stocking extended sizing impact you? Take anything away from you? Apart from, of course, the righteousness you feel that you get to shop in store. That apparently, you H&M give you a big slap on the back for that. Is that it? Is that it? You assign so much of your own self-worth at the idea that a fat person goes, hey, I'd love something in my size, please. You go, well, you can't have it because only I can have it because I've been a good person and I am the size I am meant to be that H&M has dictated. These are multi-billion-dollar industries and you would rather kiss their arse than even look around at your own friends and family and maybe advocate for their betterment. Same with plane seats, right? Plane seats. If a fat person goes, oh, it'd be awesome if plane seats were bigger, right? And you all go, well, I could fit in my seat. And if they made the plane seats bigger, then they would have to put all the costs up to accommodate it. And I'm not going to pay more for my plane seat just because fat people want bigger seats.
So, you want bigger seats without higher costs. Do you even hear yourself? Planes have fixed space. A seat is a seat. If you make them wider, you get fewer seats. This is not even capitalism, but pure physics. It's basic logic that a child could understand. Your solution is for everyone else to subsidize your comfort, because you refuse to address the root cause. Reality check. Being overweight isn't free, for you or society. In the US alone, obesity-related conditions cost nearly $173 billion per year in medical expenses. It's predicted to significantly increase in the future, with projections reaching over $2.6 trillion by 2060.
I'm not going to pay more for my plane seat just because fat people want bigger seats. First of all, they don't have to put any seat price up, right? That's capitalism. right? They are putting the seat price up and blaming the consumer for it when they just don't need to be making as much profit. These are multi-billion-dollar profitable corporations. They don't have to be making as much profit as they are. And yet they would blame us, and then encourage you to blame the fat people just for wanting, I don't know, a bit of comfort? A bit of comfort in the air?
Funny how you're mentioning capitalism while demanding private companies subsidize your body choices. So, airlines are already charging people for checked bags, seat selection, even a can of Coke. However, your weight also matters. The only reason your weight matters is because it literally affects fuel costs. Planes are engineered to optimize efficiency, and extra body weight adds to the problem. In fact, according to FAA studies, every additional 10 pounds on an aircraft costs airlines millions annually in fuel. So yes, you are costing others money, whether you want to admit it or not. And let's not even get into the fact that when you overflow into someone else's seat, you're taking away the comfort they paid for. And we don't blame you for wanting a bit of comfort. We blame you for your staggering arrogance and refusal to take personal responsibility. The World Health Organization calls obesity a global epidemic, linking it to heart disease, stroke, type 2 diabetes, and at least 13 types of cancer. So the fat acceptance movement you're peddling encourages people to accept a state that statistically guarantees them a shorter, sicker life. And your response to this public health crisis is to demand bigger seats and more XL t-shirts on a rack? How profoundly shallow. How pathetically devoid of any real aspiration for your friends and family beyond consumer goods.
A bit of comfort in the air? Fucking hell. You are doing their bidding for them and you don't even realise it. Like I say, you would rather be up the arsehole of these multi-billion-dollar corporations who don't even know you exist over advocating for your own friends and family. Bananas, it would never be me.
What's bananas is this victim mentality you push. And you end with the most pathetic guilt trip of all, that we're not advocating for our friends and family. True advocacy isn't enabling a deadly disease. True advocacy is having the difficult conversation. It's encouraging weight loss through healthy eating and exercise. It's supporting them in becoming stronger, healthier, and more capable, able to fit in a seat, walk into any store, and live a long life without demanding the world lower its standards for them. You're advocating for their continued suffering. And you can scream fatphobia all you want, but at the end of the day, the laws of physics don't care about your feelings. The world doesn't owe you bigger clothes, bigger seats, or bigger sympathy.
Spot on. Also, plane seats aren't comfortable for most people, so.
Literally, most people are not comfy on planes. But if a fat person complains, well, all of a sudden they are fine with plane seats being as small and narrow as they are, like they would rather be in pain. Then agree with fat people.
Fat people are supposed to hide their bodies, never showing skin, but also walk around with no clothes on because stores shouldn't sell plus-sized clothes. You literally cannot win in any situation.
They have nothing to offer other than size, so they need to feel superior because of it.
What if I told you that fat acceptance and body positivity are some of the biggest lies we've been sold? We're going to look at 4 TikToks from a creator who lost 170 pounds, but still can't let go of her fat victim mindset. She thinks society has some cruel double standard between fat people and skinny people. So let's break down each clip, one by one.
2 things skinny people can do that fat people cannot. Number 1, now that I am skinny, I can go to a restaurant and I can just eat whatever I want. It's like cute if I order a burger and fries and like eat a lot of food. But when I was fat, that was not okay. God forbid I would have ordered a burger. I would not have ordered a burger, first of all. I would not have done that. Just because the judgment around what you're eating and how much you're eating, what you're drinking. And there's just like, well, of course she ordered a burger because she's fat. Like, that's why she looks the way she does.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Of course, a skinny person can eat a burger and fries in public without people batting an eye, because the assumption is that it's not their daily lifestyle. If you're already thin, people see that plate of food and think, oh, she's probably treating herself. But when you're obese, when you're already carrying an extra 100 pounds, no one is buying the idea that it's a rare treat. They assume, usually correctly, that this is your normal. That's not a stereotype. That's just pattern recognition. Fat acceptance tries to deny reality, but the truth is, being overweight is the result of consistent bad habits, not one burger. Also, here is the problem with the body positivity movement. You're describing this deep shame around food like it's society's fault, but it's a fact that that shame exists because you knew what you were doing. You weren't being judged unfairly.
Like, well, of course she ordered a burger because she's fat. Like, that's why she looks the way she does. Or if you try to order a salad, like something healthy, grilled chicken, it's like, you're not fooling anybody. Like, that's not how you eat. You're 300 pounds. You just can't win. So eating in public when you are overweight is mortifying. So what I would do is I would eat a couple bites, take my food to go, and I would eat it in the car in private, or I would eat it when I got home where nobody was judging me. Number 2, now that I am skinny, I am allowed to be tired. When you are fat, you are not allowed to come around and be like, oh, I had such a long day, I just want to go home and sit on the couch. No.
So you were embarrassed because your body was the walking evidence of your habits. That's why you ate in your car, not because people are cruel, but because you couldn't face the reality of your choices. People love to say fat shaming doesn't work, but clearly self-awareness does. That's why you eventually lost weight. If you had stayed in that fat acceptance bubble, telling yourself, it's society's problem, not mine, you'd still be sneaking fries in your car. Also, fat people aren't judged for being tired just because they're fat. They're judged because being tired is the default state of obesity. Do you know why you felt exhausted back then? It was because carrying 100 extra pounds is literally exhausting. According to the CDC, obesity directly contributes to sleep apnea, lower oxygen levels, and higher inflammation, all of which drain your energy. So yeah, if you're 300 pounds and whining about being tired, people roll their eyes because it's obvious. You did that to yourself. You're not unlucky. You're unfit.
I just want to go home and sit on the couch. No, like the looks you're going to get, the judgment that you're immediately going to get, it's disgusting. People are like, you can't, when you're fat, you can't be tired. But when you're skinny, it's okay. It's okay if I had a long day and I want to come home and sit on the couch, or if I want to take a nap. That is okay. But as soon as you are overweight or fat, it is not okay, because now you're just lazy. People are thinking, do something with your life. Like, that's why you're fat, because you want to like go sit down after work, or you want to take a nap. That's why you're fat. That is exactly what they're thinking. So then you just keep it to yourself. It's just so funny, this world that we live in, where there's just this constant double standard. It's okay for skinny people to do it, but not okay for fat people. Blows my mind.
What actually blows my mind is how you lost weight, but your brain is still stuck in fat victimhood mode. Instead of celebrating the freedom that comes with weight loss, you're still trying to defend the very habits and excuses that kept you miserable. You're not exposing a double standard, you're proving why fat acceptance and body positivity are toxic. They keep people trapped in denial instead of encouraging change. That's the real story here. Next, we have 3 more things skinny people can do that fat people supposedly can't. And honestly, the same theme runs through all of this, blaming society for noticing the obvious. Let's break it down.
3 things skinny people can get away with that fat people cannot. Number 1, now that I'm skinny, I could literally not work out another day in my life and nobody would care. But the second you're fat, everybody has an opinion about what you're doing and how you're moving your body. And if you're not like actively moving it, you're just like a lazy, disgusting person. Number 2, now that I'm skinny, I can get away with being a bitch more than I could when I was fat. And I think it's because when you're fat, people just automatically respect you less because of your size. That's how they are. I don't agree with it, but
if you're obese and sitting around doing nothing, it's not a mystery why you're overweight. You can't expect people to see you 100 pounds overweight and then be shocked that you don't move much. When a thin person skips the gym, nobody cares because clearly they've already been taking care of themselves. This is just people putting 2 and 2 together. And you cannot expect respect from other people if you don't respect yourself. Overeating to the point of morbid obesity is self-neglect. Respect is earned. If you look like you've given up on yourself, why would anyone else take you seriously? This is why fat positivity fails. It tries to force society to respect choices that are, frankly, self-destructive.
They just don't respect you as much. So the second that you have an attitude, or you're not nice, or you're too opinionated, the names start coming out and people just don't like you. They just don't like you. They're talking crap behind your back. But when you're skinny, all of a sudden you have these same opinions that you maybe had when you were fat, and you say the things that you said when you were fat, but now they respect you. They respect what you're saying. It holds meaning. It means something to them. And it's okay for you to say those things now because you're skinny.
No, it's not that being skinny magically makes your words more powerful. It's that people now see discipline behind your words. When you were overweight, your body contradicted everything you said. If you told someone to work hard or take care of themselves, but you clearly weren't taking care of yourself, why would anyone listen?
Number 3, I can wear whatever I want, whenever I want. And I can wear baggy clothes, I can wear tight clothes, literally anything, and look put together. Because being skinny is the outfit. When you're fat and you wear tight clothes, you feel like you look disgusting. You just can't win. Getting dressed when you're fat is super hard. Moral of the story, being skinny is superior to being fat.
This last point about clothes, that's all in your head. You say you feel like you look disgusting, and that is somehow society's fault? Fashion didn't hate you when you were overweight. You hated how you looked. Being skinny isn't the outfit. It's just that when you were obese, you saw yourself as disgusting, so every outfit felt wrong. Nobody was making you feel that way, but it was your brain finally realizing what your body was actually reflecting. Now that you're thinner, you've convinced yourself the world is treating you differently, when in reality, the biggest difference is that you finally like what you see in the mirror. So once again, what you are describing as fatphobia or double standards is just the natural consequences of lifestyle choices. If you don't respect yourself, don't expect society to line up and hand it to you. And if you want the freedom to wear whatever you want, there's a proven solution: weight loss. Not fat acceptance, not body positivity, actual, difficult, real self-improvement. Let's see, what is there more to say?
Skinny versus fat treatment. Now that I've lost 170 pounds, I am treated so incredibly different. It is infuriating sometimes. Let's rewind to when I was 300 pounds. I was getting coffee for my team like I do on a weekly basis. I go into Starbucks, I get the coffee. I have 2 trays that I'm carrying. I walk out, no big deal. You can use your back to open the door. Again, not a big deal. I get to my car. I park right by the patio where everybody is sitting. I'm obviously struggling. I don't know why I didn't just put the coffee on the ground, but I'm struggling to open my car door. I drop the coffee. It spills everywhere, all over me, all over my car, all over my shoes. Everybody sat there. Nobody did a thing. They just watched me be humiliated, spilling coffee everywhere.
What's actually infuriating is listening to you act like this is some grand injustice instead of admitting reality. People treat you differently now because you are different. You're not 300 pounds anymore. Maybe society didn't become nicer, but you became more approachable. That's human nature.
Me be humiliated, spilling coffee everywhere. After that, I vowed I was never going into a Starbucks again to pick up a large order, so I've been using the drive-thru ever since. Fast forward to today, the drive-thru is closed. I have to go inside to pick up the coffee. Same thing, I have 2 trays of coffee that I'm carrying. I get to the door, somebody's sitting on the patio, gets up, opens the door for me, and they're like, "Oh, your hands are full, let me help you." And I'm like, "Thank you so much." And then he was like, "Oh my gosh, so you're not gonna be opening your car door. Here, let me hold a tray of coffee for you." He walks me to my car so that I can get into my car, hands me the other tray of coffee, and I go about my day. Really? Nobody helped me when I was 300 pounds. Everybody just sat back and watched me be humiliated and struggling. But now that I weigh so much less and look different, everybody's quick to give me a hand. So frustrating.
So you are mad that someone helped you. Okay. They helped you now because maybe you look like someone worth helping. That might sound harsh, but people are more willing to step in for someone who looks like they respect themselves. I think society reacts to signals. People are not stupid. There is also human nature. At 300 pounds, your body signaled lack of discipline, poor health, and constant struggle. People naturally distance themselves from that. Maybe you don't get different treatment just because you're skinny, but you get different treatment because you finally look like someone who gives a damn. So, we've already seen her complain about eating in public, being tired, being disrespected, and not getting help at Starbucks. But now, in this last video, she finally admits the truth that her own habits were holding her back. The way she describes them is almost like she's exposing the dirty little secrets of fat acceptance in real time.
Habits that were keeping me fat. Now that I have lost 170 pounds, I look back on the choices I made when I was fat and I am like, no wonder you were fat, stupid. Like, why did you do these things? The worst thing I did when I was fat was eating in secret. And I know some of you guys are doing it too, so just stop. I ate in secret all the time. I would be on my way home from work and I would stop at a drive-thru or somewhere. I would buy an entire meal. I would eat it on my way home. I would stop at a gas station, throw the food away so there was no evidence. And then I would come home and make dinner for my family and eat the dinner with my family. So I would have 2 dinners every single night. And I've already had breakfast, lunch, snacks, all the things.
Fat acceptance loves to scream about how weight gain is complex and not your fault. But here you are, flat out admitting you ate like this. This is obvious food addiction. 2 full dinners every single night. And you are confused about why you weighed 300 pounds? This is the classic fat logic. I barely eat. I don't understand why I'm gaining weight. You can lie to your husband. You can lie to your family. But the mirror doesn't lie. That scale doesn't lie. And the extra 170 pounds you had to lose definitely didn't come out of thin air.
And one of the worst things I probably did while eating in secret is if we just had fast food for a meal and my kids didn't finish their food, they would always just throw their food away because they were done, right? Well, I would sneak into the trash can and get their leftover food out of the trash can and then eat it when nobody was looking. Oh my God, why did I do that? That is, first of all, disgusting that I did that, but I didn't need more food. I already probably had 2 meals. There was one point when I'm sitting there crying to my husband. I'm like, I can't lose weight. Like, why am I so fat? I weigh 300 pounds. And then he's telling me, he's like, I don't understand either. You barely eat. I never see you eat food. Like, how are you gaining weight? He's just as confused as I am, because I'm not counting those calories that I'm eating in secret. So if you are trying to lose weight, stop eating in secret. Those calories count. Eat normally if you can. I couldn't. So I don't know. Just do your best.
Digging food out of the trash? And it proves what everyone already knows, but fat activists don't want to hear. Overeating has nothing to do with society judging you. All is self-control, or in this case, a complete lack of it. This is why so many people roll their eyes at fat acceptance. The "I barely eat" narrative is one of the most common lies overweight people tell, to others and to themselves. Your husband couldn't understand your weight because he only saw the meals you admitted to. He didn't see the car snacks, the secret drive-thrus, or the trash can scavenging. And those calories don't disappear just because you ate them in secret. That's why you were fat. So in the end, your habits kept you obese. And the moment you fixed them, the weight came off and your life improved. That's the reality fat acceptance tries to bury. So I came across this video where someone argues that fatphobia is just like racism, homophobia, and ableism. This is the kind of nonsense the fat acceptance and body positivity movement is pushing, and it needs to be called out. We'll go through her video line by line and break down why this argument completely falls apart.
Let's talk about something I've been thinking about a lot. Why is fatphobia treated so differently from homophobia, racism, and ableism? And why shouldn't it be?
So you were thinking about it a lot, but did not find the logic still. Strange. I will now tell you. Because racism is discrimination based on something no one can change. Sexual orientation isn't a choice. Disabilities are medical realities. But on the other hand, being overweight is a direct result of lifestyle choices. What and how much you eat, how much you move, how you treat your body. The idea that fat phobia should be treated on the same level is absurd. You're comparing an optional behavior to things that are hardwired. I really think conflating the two is an insult to every person who has faced real, unchangeable discrimination.
When we hear racist, homophobic, or ableist comments, most people would immediately say, that's not okay. We recognise discrimination based on skin colour, sexual orientation, or abilities is really wrong. But for some reason, when it comes to fatphobia, people act like it's acceptable, even justified.
Yes, people act like it's justified because it is. Being overweight isn't just an appearance issue. It's the #1 risk factor for type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, joint degeneration, heart disease, and shortened lifespan. We are just pointing out a lifestyle that kills more people every year than car accidents, drugs, or gun violence combined. Your body positivity is promoting a body that is actively breaking down.
But here's the thing, fatphobia is discrimination, just like all them other groups. It targets people for their appearance, for something about their bodies society has decided is not acceptable. It dehumanizes and shames people for simply existing in larger bodies. But all forms of discrimination are deep-rooted in power and control. Whether it's racism, homophobia, ableism, or fatphobia, they create an us versus them mentality.
No one's creating an us versus them mentality except the fat acceptance crowd. You turn health advice into oppression. When someone says losing weight improves your health, you cry discrimination. But that's just basic biology. Fat acceptance and extreme body positivity try to make everyone else responsible for your decisions. You want society to act like there's no difference between someone who takes care of their body and someone who doesn't.
An us versus them mentality, where one group is seen as normal or better, and the other is shamed, marginalised, and even blamed for their existence. Fat people face daily discrimination, whether it's in healthcare, at work, or in relationships, or even just walking down the street.
Getting worse healthcare outcomes because your lifestyle makes you more likely to have health problems is discrimination? Doctors bring up weight because weight is one of the strongest predictors of disease. Obesity costs the U.S. healthcare system about $173 billion a year. Do you think that's just bad luck? No, it's the direct consequence of poor diet, sedentary living, and ignoring basic health habits. You call it discrimination when a doctor tells you to lose weight, but that's literally their job, to tell patients what's causing their health problems and how to fix it. What do you expect them to say? A doctor ignoring weight is a doctor committing malpractice. And what do you mean you are discriminated in a relationship? Will you force someone to like you?
People assume that if you're fat, it's because you're lazy, unhealthy, or that you don't care about yourself. You'd never hear someone say those things out loud, about race, sexuality, or ability without major backlash. And that's the problem. People don't realise how deep fatphobia goes. It's not just about harmful words. It's about systemic discrimination fat people face. Just like how racism affects job opportunities and healthcare. Fatphobia limits access to fair treatment, dignity, and even proper medical care. Think about this. If you go to the doctor as a fat person, the first thing they will tell you to do is lose weight, regardless of your symptoms, regardless of whether you know you need to lose weight or not. Even if that's not why you've come in. Fat people are often misdiagnosed or dismissed, just because of their size. This is a life-threatening issue in healthcare.
Well, the life-threatening issue is obesity itself. You keep blaming doctors for telling patients the truth. You cannot say weight has no impact on health. Being obese cuts years off your life while lowering the quality of it. That's the consequences.
Fat people deserve the same respect and dignity as everyone else. And we need to start calling out fatphobia for what it is, another unacceptable form of discrimination. We can't pick and choose what forms of hate we allow to thrive. Let's change this together. Follow me, join the movement, and help us fight for equality and respect for everybody. Share your story and spread the message. Thank you for listening.
Equality doesn't mean ignoring reality. Respect doesn't mean validating destructive choices. If you really cared about fat people, you wouldn't tell them it's fine to stay that way. You tell them to take control of their health. So your entire argument was a demand for a world without personal responsibility. A world where we must all collectively pretend that the laws of thermodynamics don't exist to protect your feelings.
You can lose weight, not change the color of your skin.
So, society doesn't discriminate against fat people because they exist. We react to the very real consequences of obesity. Diabetes, heart disease, strokes, cancer. These aren't made up. They're the #1 killers in modern countries, and obesity makes them worse. The CDC, the World Health Organization, every other major health organization in the world says the same thing. Carrying excess body fat shortens your life. We can argue feelings all day long, but biology doesn't care about them. The fat acceptance and body positivity movements are some of the most dangerous ideologies floating around today. Instead of helping people lose weight, instead of encouraging discipline and self-improvement, they tell you to stay exactly where you are and demand everyone else clap for it. And what happens? People get sicker. And the same activists pushing this nonsense never take responsibility. The reality is, if you're overweight, you can do something about it. You can change your habits. You can work on your health. You can take control. Weight loss is possible, but not if you let activists convince you that it's hateful to try. Thanks for sticking with me till the end. If you found this video interesting, make sure to hit the like button, subscribe, consider clicking join and becoming a channel member, and drop your thoughts down below. What do you think? Let's stop normalizing unhealthy lifestyles and start promoting actual self-respect, discipline, and real body positivity, the kind that comes from hard work and weight loss.
You would not be making the comments about what people eat if the person was skinny, I promise. So go away, you suck.
Welcome back to What I Eat in a Day as a plus-size girly.
What I eat in a day is a fat girl who knows she's fat and doesn't care about losing weight.
We'll review What I Eat in a Day videos, where people brag about overeating. These creators proudly call themselves fat or plus size, say they don't care about losing weight. Let's start.
Hey besties, this is What I Eat in a Day as a fat person who doesn't care and spend their whole life worrying about losing weight. What I am focused on, however, is not eating out as much. If you've been following me for a long time, you know I DoorDash or go out to eat like every single meal, so I need to stop that. So we're trying to get that going. I made some pancakes this morning just because I realized I had some Bisquick, so I was proud of myself for that, for not DoorDashing McDonald's. It's not that I don't know how to cook, it's that I just don't feel like it. My dad was a chef, for crying out loud. Getting coffee out, though, is not a problem because I have my Nespresso and it literally scratches the itch so well that I don't even want Starbucks. I know, that's crazy, right? I should be an Nespresso spokesperson. It has saved me about $1,000 and I'm not even exaggerating. Anywho's it, here's my pancakes with some syrup. I don't like syrup on my pancakes, I like to dip it. That's a little bit weird thing about me, but whatever. I only ate 3 of them because I let my body tell me when I'm full.
What I eat in a day as a fat person who doesn't care. That's the entire theme. You don't care. You're literally celebrating Bisquick pancakes like it's some personal victory because you didn't DoorDash McDonald's. Congratulating yourself for frying carbs instead of driving to buy carbs is not progress. You're just swapping one excuse for another. And then you brag about only eating 3 pancakes because your body told you you were full. No, your body is telling you something else entirely, and it's been telling you for years. It says, stop eating like this if you don't want to destroy your health.
Because I let my body tell me when I'm full. Next, I'm eating Whataburger because I was craving it, and just because I'm trying not to spend money eating out doesn't mean if I'm out, I'm gonna not get food. For example, today I was doing a lot of errands, and so I didn't want to go all the way home, so I just went to Whataburger. And let me go off on my tangent here real quick. There are a lot of really sad people in this world that don't understand that everybody's genetic makeup is different. Some people that are bigger, it is outside of their control. Some people have thyroid issues. Some people have PCOS. Shut your gosh darn mouth. You would not be making the comments about what people eat if the person was skinny, I promise. So go away, you suck. And I mean that. I'm allowed to have Whataburger, that's it.
Then we have the Whataburger. You say you're trying not to eat out, but immediately fold the moment you run errands. That's excuses. And then you go off on this tangent about genetics, thyroid issues, PCOS. But obesity rates in the US are at 42% according to the CDC, and the overwhelming majority is not caused by medical conditions, it's lifestyle. Very few of the cases of obesity are tied to thyroid disease. So when you use that argument, You're just hiding behind edge cases to justify overeating burgers and fries.
So go away, you suck. And I mean that. I'm allowed to have Whataburger, that's it. Anyways, then I chugged a whole thing of water because I drink a lot of water throughout the day. Look at my cute cup from Simple Modern. Having a big cup like that really does make me drink more. And then for dinner, I made $1 million pasta, $1 million spaghetti, whatever. It's a menage of things. But I was meal prepping for the week mostly because apparently I don't know how to cook for one. But I had a lot of gross stuff today. I didn't feel good. So I wanted to have some vegetables, you know. So I just pulled some butter noodles to the side because why are they so good? And then ate a whole bag of broccoli. Again, F off. I'm allowed to eat whatever I want to. Ooh, it makes me so mad. I never make these videos because of that. But anyways, here's me drinking another water because hydrate until you dihydrate. The motto I live by, really. But then my $1 million spaghetti was finished. Didn't it look beautiful? It literally tastes so good. It's like I put crack in it or something. Like, I know I don't. I watch myself make, but it's so good for no reason.
The dinner flex. You meal prepped $1 million spaghetti with butter noodles on the side because, apparently, your vegetable intake consists of an entire bag of broccoli drowned out by a pile of pasta. Meal prepping should be a weight loss tool, but you're using it to stockpile calories like you're bracing for a famine. Even though no one believes this is meal prepping but just your daily dinner, and there's nothing $1 million about this recipe.
But yeah, I'm not going to eat a singular carrot and a slice of apple. Who needs nutrients to live whatever way that may be? Because I would so much rather be fat and happy than someone who has a sad life that always puts others down even though they know nothing about them. Ooh, it makes me so mad. Anyways, that's what I ate today. Love you, bye!
I'd rather be fat and happy than someone with a sad life. But you're not fat and happy. You're defensive and angry. And fat. This entire video is you shouting at imaginary haters, swearing at them, and pretending you're unbothered. If you were truly happy, you wouldn't need a 2-minute monologue justifying your food choices. You call it freedom, but it's a slow self-destruction.
Also, I feel like everyone forgets this fact, but scientifically weight is just used to measure the gravitational force keeping you on Earth.
There's nothing wrong with what you ate. Typical, balanced meals and you listen to your body.
Outside of your control. Look at what you eat, sis.
Let's see what we have next.
Welcome back to What I Eat in a Day as a plus-size girly.
Starting off strong, we have Greek yogurt with some vanilla and honey and cookie granola. Super good. Today I'm switching it up. I'm having Chobani sweet cream creamer with French vanilla coffee, so slay.
You kick things off with Greek yogurt and granola, trying to disguise dessert as breakfast. Tossing honey and cookie granola on top doesn't make it super good in the way you think. It just turns protein into a sugar bomb. And then the coffee. Sweet cream plus vanilla? That's liquid cake in a mug.
This is what my hair looks like in the morning, y'all. Send prayers. But I have these Kodiak French toast sticks. They're good. A little well done, but that's fine. And sausage. Look at this side versus this side. I'm too lazy to flip it over when I cook it, but yeah.
You literally admit you're too lazy to flip your food while it cooks. That says it all. I know this may be a joke, but if you're too lazy to flip a sausage, how are you going to flip your health? You're making a TikTok video about food, and you can't be bothered with the bare minimum of cooking. Forget weight loss. You can't even handle weight maintenance if this is your effort level.
Now we're having some pasta salad, macaroni salad, whatever you want to call it. Super good.
Someone from my mom's job bought these donuts from Brooklyn, so we tasted them. I wasn't a fan. And then, of course, I had to have a Coke Zero to end my night. Love you guys. Bye.
But for sure, you tasted them, didn't like them, but still ate them. Then the zero sugar Coke magically cancels out the thousands of calories you stacked earlier. When you eat foods that spike your insulin, things like pancakes, French toast sticks, ice cream, pasta salad, donuts, your body goes into storage mode. Insulin's job is to shuttle glucose into your cells, but when levels surge, your blood sugar crashes soon after. That crash doesn't make you satisfied, it makes you hungrier. This is why eating a high-carb, high-sugar diet turns into a cycle. You eat, your insulin spikes, you crash, you crave more, and you repeat. In other words, the more you chase these comfort foods, the more your body tricks you into thinking you need another hit.
Not one veggie, not one fruit.
Why do people do these? That's what we would like to know.
They've learned there is a community of people can't say the word on TikTok that enjoy watching obese women eat and get bigger, so now they profit off it regardless of their health.
Because their whole lives revolves around food and they think we're as fascinated with it as they are.
And last, we have...
What I eat in a day is a fat girl who knows she's fat and doesn't care about losing weight. I started off with the homemade strawberry lemonade, and nothing reminds me more of my childhood summers than a cup of noodles and a sandwich.
You know what else reminds people of childhood? Running around outside instead of sitting inside eating.
Cup of noodles and a sandwich, so that's what I had. It was so delicious. And if you don't dip your sandwich into the soup, you're weird. And don't even try arguing with me. Then later that day, I had some chocolate and I made an iced tea with like cucumbers and strawberries. Then I had hot Cheetos and dip, and I used dairy-free yogurt with a dip packet. For all my dairy-free babes, this is a hack. Then my husband actually made dinner, and he made a pizza with zucchini crust and Brussels sprouts.
You really expect anyone to believe that you eat like this last meal? After lemonade, noodles, sandwiches, chocolate, sweet tea, and Cheetos, suddenly you're a health guru at dinner? A zucchini crust doesn't erase the mountain of junk you ate before it. And there you have it. 3 different What I Eat in a Day videos. 3 perfect examples of how to guarantee weight gain and call it body positivity. Notice the pattern. Every single day starts with sugar, runs on processed carbs, and ends with defensive rants about why they're allowed to eat whatever they want. If you actually want to improve your life, stop following the advice of creators who glorify bad habits. Learn discipline, get control over your food, and your body will follow.
If you are someone who is not fat your whole life, and so now you've gained weight and you find it difficult to show up in photos, this video is for you.
So you frame this like some compassionate message, but what you're actually doing here is setting people up for failure. If someone has been thin their entire life and just recently gained weight, that means their body still remembers what it's like to be normal. They can drop the extra pounds far easier than someone who's been overweight for decades. That's biology and reality. But instead of encouraging them to get back to a healthy baseline, you tell them to show up in photos and accept it. That's basically telling them to stay fat. And no, being photographed doesn't suddenly erase the fact that excess weight is one of the leading preventable causes of heart disease, diabetes, and even certain cancers. You're basically distracting people from taking action by making them focus on feelings instead of results.
It makes sense that you feel uncomfortable to show up in photos because we live in a fatphobic society. I know a bunch of people, skinny, fat, everywhere in between, that had to work to be comfortable in photos. Because often we were told that the only people who were worthy of being documented and being photographed were skinny white women that we saw on TV.
This part is hilarious because you drag out the usual victim narrative. We were told only skinny white women were worthy of being documented. Really? Because last time I checked, the camera doesn't magically break when it sees someone overweight. What actually happens is people look at their pictures and don't like what they see. Mirrors and photos are brutally honest, and instead of facing that, you're telling people to shift blame to the system. Let me give you a fact. The CDC reports that over 42% of US adults are obese. That's not because the media only shows skinny people, but because people overeat, move less, and normalize bad habits. It's like saying, don't fix the leaking roof, just learn to enjoy the rain.
You have a decision. You can choose to hate your body, or you can choose to hate the systems that make us hate ourselves because they want to make money.
You talk about the evil diet industry profiting off people hating themselves. Sure, companies make money, that's capitalism, but guess who else profits? The fat acceptance influencers. People like you. You build platforms by convincing others to stay exactly where they are, while selling the fantasy that self-love is enough to erase health consequences. You tell people weight loss is never one and done, as if that justifies quitting altogether. But people who adopt consistent habits, calorie tracking, resistance training, increasing daily activity, can absolutely maintain long-term weight loss. Are there challenges? Sure. But to act like nobody can actually lose weight sustainably is just false. The more dangerous part is that you're not just talking about your own choice. You're actively discouraging others from even trying. You're basically keeping people trapped in a body they don't want, all under the banner of fat liberation.
That is the distinction. Bodily autonomy, you can do what you want. If you want to end up losing weight, that's fine. However, losing weight is not a one and done solution no matter what the weight loss drug companies want to tell you. And so, do you want to be miserable the entire time that you're losing weight? Or do you want to learn about body liberation and be liberated in the body that you have now, and know that if your body changes, your feelings of self-worth, your feelings of affirmation, your feelings of love towards your body are not going to change.
This is where the gaslighting kicks in. You tell people that even if their body changes, their feelings of self-worth should stay the same. Except if that were true, nobody would be watching your TikTok in the first place. People are watching because deep down, they don't feel okay in their current state. And why should they? Being overweight isn't just an aesthetic issue. It's literally shaving years off their life. According to the National Institutes of Health, obesity can reduce life expectancy by up to 14 years. 14 years gone, and you're saying the real issue is whether they feel affirmed? No, the issue is whether they're alive long enough to see their kids grow up, to travel, to function without constant pain or medication.
I think that a lot of people got really hung up on the body positive movement as like a cure, but they never did the actual work to realize that body liberation is not about feeling positive about your body. Body liberation is about knowing that you deserve respect because you exist.
Respect for existing? That's the bar now? Nobody is saying overweight people don't deserve basic dignity, but respect is earned through action, through discipline, through demonstrating values like resilience and self-control. You lower the standard to just being alive.
Because you exist. That is what it's about. Follow other fat people, follow people in bodies like yours and bigger than yours. Often if we see people in our size and sizes larger than us living their full, authentic lives, we often feel permission to also take up space in our lives. That's it. That's my TED Talk. Thanks for listening.
Follow other fat people? Like it's some kind of support system? What that actually is an echo chamber. Instead of being inspired by those who took responsibility and changed their lives, you want them to surround themselves with others who normalize staying unhealthy. That's a cult.
Thanks for this. I have family pics with the in-laws in a few weeks and I'm dreading it. I can think I look fine, but then I see the photos and I look huge and don't recognize myself.
I think taking some time to get reacquainted with your body can help. Like just standing in a mirror and noticing your body without judgment and instead being curious can help a ton.
I'm for body neutrality.
It has helped me so much to see other plus-size people living their lives and looking amazing on here. Still not there myself, but I'm on the journey.
Let's watch her clip again, uninterrupted, and tell me what you think. Do you think she really has good intentions, or is she trying to keep you fat on purpose?
If you are someone who is not fat your whole life, and so now you've gained weight and you find it difficult to show up in photos, this video is for you. It makes sense that you feel uncomfortable to show up in photos because we live in a fatphobic society. I know a bunch of people, skinny, fat, everywhere in between, that had to work to be comfortable in photos. Because often we were told that the only people who were worthy of being documented and being photographed were skinny white women that we saw on TV. You have a decision. You can choose to hate your body, or you can choose to hate the systems that make us hate ourselves because they want to make money. That is the distinction. Bodily autonomy, you can do what you want. If you want to end up losing weight, that's fine. However, losing weight is not a one and done solution no matter what the weight loss drug companies want to tell you. And so, do you want to be miserable the entire time that you're losing weight? Or do you want to learn about body liberation and be liberated in the body that you have now, and know that if your body changes, your feelings of self-worth, your feelings of affirmation, your feelings of love towards your body are not going to change. I think that a lot of people got really hung up on the body positive movement as like a cure, but they never did the actual work to realize that Body liberation is not about feeling positive about your body. Body liberation is about knowing that you deserve respect because you exist. That is what it's about. Follow other fat people, follow people in bodies like yours and bigger than yours. Often if we see people in our size and sizes larger than us living their full, authentic lives, we often feel permission to also take up space in our lives. That's it. That's my TED Talk. Thanks for listening.
The reason that the body positive movement failed is because people did not transition to fat liberation.
No, it failed because it was based on denial and lies. People eventually realized that telling yourself you're healthy at every size while your doctor is warning you about heart disease doesn't hold up in reality. What you're describing as the next step, fat liberation, is nothing more than radicalizing the same failed idea. You're basically saying, don't just love your obesity, force society to love it too.
Body positivity is about learning to love yourself, you, and like your self-confidence, right? Fat liberation, on the other hand, is about like fat people as a whole and people in general unpacking the fatphobic societal beliefs that we are all instilled with.
But people aren't brainwashed into thinking obesity is unattractive. We are hardwired to notice that it's a sign of poor health. Calling this fatphobia is just a way to shame people for recognizing reality.
By unpacking those beliefs and kind of taking away the like negative association with fatness, that is what is going to make you consistently not only feel good in your body, but it also changes the way that you view the world. Like fat people in general, other people's bodies in general, like that is kind of, in my opinion, what the end goal was. Because personally, yeah, I love myself, but that isn't always going to be the easiest thing for everyone to do. And it's like, if you're, let's say, a fat person, right? And you're like, you know, I love myself even though I'm fat, right? It's like, or you change your mindset and you ask yourself, why is fatness seen as something negative to begin with? And
you claim that once you rewire your brain to stop seeing fatness as negative, you'll magically feel better about yourself. No, you don't get to opt out of biology. High body fat is linked to insulin resistance, hypertension, sleep apnea, cognitive decline, and so on. The whole "why is fatness seen as negative to begin with" question shows how detached you are from reality. It's seen as negative because it kills people. According to the CDC, obesity contributes to over 300,000 deaths annually in the US. That's not a stereotype. But instead of encouraging people to address the problem, you're encouraging them to normalize it. Imagine telling smokers that lung cancer stigma is just nicotine phobia. But when it comes to fat acceptance, suddenly it's so different.
And once you start unpacking that belief, you kind of start like pulling at the thread of like what you were taught to think in an inherently fatphobic society. And once you do that and unpack your biases against fatness, you start to see the flaws in the way that this entire society talks about bodies, talks about attractiveness, talks about worth, and how much worth is tied into what you look like.
You talk about society needing to change the way it views bodies. Translation, you want to bully the rest of us into pretending obesity is attractive. People are allowed to have preferences. Attraction isn't a democracy where you get to vote obesity into being desirable.
And the problem is a lot of these content creators that we're seeing kind of backpedaling, they never made that leap, right? It was just about themselves, and it was just about gaining an audience and like using that as a way to kind of perpetuate their brand further. It was never about the collective. It was never about changing the way that they actually viewed bodies and aesthetics and fatness and like just the society that we live in. So that is why the body positive movement failed. Body positivity is about the self, fat liberation is about the collective. The way in which body positivity was co-opted was never sustainable. Anyways.
It's funny you accuse creators of being selfish for focusing on their own journey, while your version demands the entire world reshape their standards for your comfort. Basically, you complain about body-positive creators losing weight. Do you hear how insane that sounds? Someone improves their health, and your reaction is that they betrayed the movement? No, they outgrew the movement.
Anyways,
It is very clear when people like get to a point in body positivity that is like beneficial for them, but they don't do the extra work. So those biases that they had against fatness and fat people and like whatever, they're still there and they're still prevalent. So now that's why we see this trend of like body positive creators losing weight and becoming fat phobic. That's the problem. You can lose weight, that's fine, but these people are 180ing from like a body positive platform to like an anti-fat lose weight platform, and that is the problem, because it just shows that they never cared about community, and that is what upsets people, because it was a clearly selfish motivation.
So when the creators lose weight, it proves they never cared about community. Or maybe it proves they cared about living longer than 50. The community you're defending is one that thrives on denial and punishes progress. Maybe your ideology was the problem. This is the most toxic part of your entire philosophy. The sheer hostility you hold for those who choose weight loss. You reveal your true colors here. This was never about choice. This is cult behavior.
And this isn't to say that if you're just body positive, like you're a bad person or you're selfish, no. But I do personally believe that body positivity should be the stepping stone to fat liberation. Because once you change your way that you view the world as a whole, and you think people's values should lay outside of their bodies, and they should just be able to exist however they are, in whatever state they are, that I think is when we will achieve true freedom.
But your freedom doesn't mean freedom from consequences. True freedom is having the mobility to play with your kids without getting winded. True freedom is not being a slave to insulin injections or blood pressure medication in your 40s. True freedom is looking at a staircase and not seeing an obstacle.
You should be more popular, articulated so well.
I get it, it's like breaking down the system, the ideas versus like working on yourself individually. I think this idea applies to all tiers of oppression too.
The reason it failed is because we made it about the feeling of loving how your body looks, which is always going to be easier for smaller people in a world that values thinness.
Fatphobia hurts all of us. Fat liberation frees us all.
So let's summarize what she was really trying to argue here. According to her, body positivity is about you, learning to love yourself, being confident, feeling good in your own skin. Fat liberation, on the other hand, is supposed to be about society, changing everyone else's standards, dismantling what she calls fatphobia, and forcing the world to treat obesity as normal, even desirable. In her mind, body positivity failed because it was too individualistic. It didn't go far enough. It wasn't radical enough. But both ideas are broken. Body positivity on its own sounds harmless. Who doesn't want people to feel better about themselves? But in practice, it became a shield for ignoring health consequences. According to her definition, fat liberation is even worse because it takes that denial and projects it outward. You're no longer just lying to yourself. You're demanding the entire world lie with you. So whether you call it body positivity, fat liberation, or fat acceptance, it's the same poison in different bottles. One tells you to ignore reality, one tells you to force others to ignore reality, and one tells you to celebrate reality being worse.
Everyone should be a fat liberationist.
That's your big revolutionary idea? You're telling people to celebrate and normalize something that literally kills more people every year than car accidents, smoking, or even many forms of cancer. According to the World Health Organization, obesity contributes to around 2.8 million deaths annually. But sure, let's liberate people from the burden of reality and encourage them to eat themselves into an early grave. That's the world you're imagining, a world where personal responsibility disappears and anyone who dares to promote health is suddenly the enemy.
It's really quite simple. Everyone in a society that has the system of fat phobia within it, which is most westernized or colonized areas, is going to be negatively impacted by fat phobia and anti-fat bias.
When you say everyone is harmed by fat phobia, what you really mean is that the entire population should bend over backwards to validate unhealthy lifestyles. That's the heart of this so-called fat acceptance movement, forcing society to lie to you because the truth, That being obese is bad for your health is too painful to hear.
Depending on how small or large you are, the fat phobia and anti-fatness will affect you in different ways and will have different material realities. But no matter your size, fat liberation benefits you.
No, fat liberation doesn't benefit anyone. What actually benefits people is weight loss, exercise, and eating food that doesn't come in a family-sized bag at 2 a.m. Body positivity is supposed to be about self-love, but what you're pushing is self-destruction. If you really cared about people, you'd tell them to fix their health. And honestly, if you think ignoring your body is the key to living your, quote, best life, then don't be surprised when that life gets cut short.
Imagine what it would be like if we were all liberated from the idea that our bodies have to be smaller or look a certain way in order for us to live our best lives. Imagine if everybody could wear what they wanted to wear without having to worry whether or not they'll be able to find it in a store near them or not. Imagine spending your time worrying about anything other than your body.
But if you don't worry about your health now, you're going to be worrying about early mobility scooters later. Clothing stores are the least of your worries. You can't buy discipline off the rack. You can't buy stamina. You can't buy self-control. Fat acceptance and body positivity don't liberate you. They chain you to your worst habits and tell you it's empowerment.
Oh yes, everyone should think like me. That's totally the answer.
Everyone should do whatever they want to do and believe whatever they want to believe.
You want people to be unhealthy and fat.
We're going to that slow lunge walk.
Lunges? I didn't even know what a lunge was. I thought they were saying lunch.
She hungry.
I want a soft, moist cookie. That's the only cookie I'll eat. I won't do a hard cookie.
What about Oreos?
I'll do an Oreo.
She folded like yesterday's laundry.
I'm overweight, but I'm not alone. Every second American is.
Overweight? In your dreams.
You order Big Mac and what extra sauce?
Yes, extra inside the burger.
So what is that? Is that sauce?
That's extra sauce.
Is that sauce?
Yes.
Is that extra? Is that yes or no?
No.
That's extra. If you're not going to communicate, with me,
I'm communicating with you.
Is that sauce?
Yes.
Is it extra?
No, it's separate.
It's separate, but is it extra?
But it's not extra because the extra would be in the burger.
No, the extra, it doesn't matter if the extra's in the sky. It's extra. It's extra. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh, so now I'm funny to you.
Yes, you're funny.
Now I'm a laughing matter.
No, you're just stupid.
Now I'm a laughing. I'm stupid. You are the stupid one. You are a fool. You are the one that said extra sauce. Why don't you specify I want extra sauce in the burger?
Because it's common sense.
You clearly don't have it. You clearly don't have it.
You don't have it.
You clearly don't have it. If you're telling them extra sauce anyway, you clearly don't have it. Don't tell me about common sense.
Extra sauce in the burger is extra
sauce in the burger. You need extra brain. How about that? That's what you need.
You need extra manners in customer service.
The more I watch, the more he makes sense.
Bro can be a lawyer. He wrong, but he can still win the case.
Why run into me? I am, but I'm at an angle still. There. Oh my god. You don't know how to drive.
Walking will do your body good. And put the Pringles back and get some celery instead.
How did he make you gain weight?
That a man can cook. Brother can throw down.
Bro's already thinking what to make for dinner.
I'm not fat. I have fat. Just like I'm not fingernails. We have fingernails.
I'm not skinny. I just have skin.
She's not pretty. She has pretty.
Because you're jealous of us. That is literally all it is.
I'm convinced that the hate is just misdirected jealousy and actually wanting to be us, or even worse, they want to be with us.
Would you date a big girl?
No. I like them slim thick. I love big girls. Big girls, that's my type of thing. What can't go wrong with a big girl? That's the best way to go. And the big girls got the most money at all times.
Why do you say they have the most money?
I say they got the most money. They always eating. And they gonna feed you at all times. You always gonna be fed. You never gonna be starving. perfect with a big girl. You can never go wrong with a big girl.
When you go on dates, do you expect the big girl to always pay?
No. If you pay for the first date, that's cool and all, but after that, she gonna really feed you. She gonna make the meals. When you get home at night, she gonna cook the meals, nice meals too, because she like food herself.
He's so passionate, he took the mic.
Dude is hungry, literally.
Don't shop hungry. The grocery store is a dangerous place on an empty stomach.
So you're saying you don't eat crisps, you don't eat biscuits, you don't eat fried food, you don't eat snacks, you don't eat any of that stuff?
No, no way. That's what I call junk food.
They just ate the rest of the family.
Do we need to turn out this way? Oh, stop it!
I just know she needed help getting up off that knee. You know there are areas of the body that they can't clean. Scissoring has to be hard. Is this the start of a Subaru commercial? Imagine the smells. Well, at least they're both pregnant.
That bridge is an engineering marvel.
I commend the people who built that bridge.
The people ask me all the time, what about a cheat meal? What about a cheat meal? What about a cheat meal? You literally had a cheat life. Think about it.
This is the kind of accountability I need in all areas of my life, every day.
This is how I look. Mind you, this is a Google Earth car. Are they gonna find this on the internet?
Yes.
Gonna need Google Universe.
How was the gym?
I didn't go to there.
What? I didn't raise no fucking bitch. Go to the gym.
She obviously ain't never been to one.
It was his rest day, bruh.
Okay, let me show you guys how messed up this is. They glued all these dumbbells onto the rack so I can't use them, just because I only paid for the most basic membership.
It's actually a loyalty points program. The more you go and use their equipment, the more equipment gets unlocked.
So my favorite snack is carrots and ranch, but I didn't have carrots. I had this pizza, and I didn't have ranch, but I had the Cool Ranch Doritos.
Guys, she was supposed to get an apple. It's not her fault she had to take one for the team.
Compared to what? A deceased person. This is my second comment. She ain't the first one. Put her on gym. It's like buying Bitcoin in 2010. Your doctor or marine biologist. Maybe she grabbed the doctor in her fist. She eats whalefish as a complimentary dish. He said heavy, not healthy. We need excavations team to find her knee. As a farmer, yes, you are healthy. When your doctor is Dr. Pepper, we need.
Did he mention your thighs are eating your knees?
You haven't said a phobia.
Yeah, what don't you like besides treadmills?
He was holding that one in the chamber.
Going on a first date. I'm shitting myself. He'll be here in like 2 minutes.
When's the baby due?
The day your parents don't see you as a disappointment.
This is a feeder's dream.
It's a confrontation on a plane between two passengers who are sitting next to each other.
You know nothing about me by the size of my body.
It happened on an American Airlines flight from Dallas to LA. Natalie Haig, who is a plus-size model, says she immediately realized there'd be a problem with the passenger sitting next to her.
Wonder why?
As soon as I walk on the plane, I was met with this person that was just disgusted by the fact that I existed next to him.
Understandable.
Natalie says as they waited for takeoff, she noticed the guy was sending out a text to a friend. Natalie decided to fight back, snapping this photo and sharing it with her 100,000 followers on Instagram. His friend writes, hopefully she didn't eat any Mexican food. To which the passenger replied, I think she ate a Mexican.
So she's offended because she was reading his private messages. Make that make sense.
Model?
Posting your own selfies does not make you a model.
She's on Only Fat.
So I have like a whole bunch of people crying, talking about I'm fatphobic and stuff because, I don't know, on Twitter, it was like a joke between me and my fans on like, damn, you fat. Why y'all bought all the 3X that fast? It was an innocent joke between me and my fans. But anyways, it's not that serious. Okay, but Lizzo had a massive weight loss journey and would probably find it funny that Cardi B was joking about it.
I just want to go on record when I say that being fat is not a choice. That is it. Period. Being fat is not a choice.
It's not a choice per se, but it is the consequences of our actions that we don't all necessarily understand or know how to cope with.
Oh no, she went to a Chinese buffet. Oh shit.
This is gonna make me sound like a bitch, but is there anything more healing than seeing the people who fat shamed you in high school become fat themselves? Karma's a bitch.
But by your logic that fat is good, they will be happier and have better life. So you wish them well.
Yeah, it was my mom. My mom has been skinny her entire life, but recently in the last 4 years she has gained a lot of weight. I personally don't care if people gain weight, but she was my first fat-shaming bully, so she gets what she deserves.
What I wanted to tell y'all is that we really underestimated the box sets. So the box sets are completely sold out, especially because you fat fucks, clearly you guys are fat as fuck. No Chick-fil-A for y'all. All the 3X sold out. Yo, the 3X sold out like in 20 minutes. Now, knowing that my fans is fat, I can't even make fun of fat people no more. Don't call me fatphobic, y'all, because
See, if Nicki Minaj did that, there would be 5,000 videos about how evil she is.
It's a joke. If her fans aren't complaining, why should you?
Hey guys, I'm Marissa.
Hey folks, I'm Marissa. I'm 26, living in Canada's capital. I'm fat, an artist, and I struggle with mental health. Welcome.
Marissa Matthews. For some, she's hilarious. For others, she's insufferable. And for many, she's one of the loudest voices of the fat acceptance movement online. But who is she really? Where does her worldview come from? And why do so many people resonate with her? Or do they? Even when her message clashes with medical reality. In this video, we're going to take a deep dive into the story of Marissa Matthews. We'll explore her childhood, her struggles with food and identity, her political views, and, of course, her TikTok persona that millions have watched. To be honest, this isn't going to be a roast. If you watch all the way through, you may find yourself laughing, cringing, feeling empathy, even sadness. Because behind the comedy and the activism, there's a very human story here. One that explains why Marissa is the way she is today.
You may know me from dancing the haters away or yelling them away. You may know me for dancing with a pad on or for my art, my bloody art. Or you even might know me from my food videos and anti-diet culture videos. But as you can tell, there's one thing in common: the haters. Realistically, if it weren't for them, if I didn't stand up for myself, or if I didn't know my own worth and stand up for my own existence, you may have never found me on here. But whatever video got you here, thank you for being here, and thank you for sticking around. I've wanted a platform for a really long time, and now that I have one, I just hope that I can help you. Whether that be with your body image, or your confidence, or self-worth, or even educating you about fatphobia and diet culture. Whatever it is, I just hope that we can grow together. So thank you so much for being here.
When I first sat down to research this video, my working title was simple: The Worst of the Fat Acceptance Movement. That was my mindset. I expected just an angry fat activist, another predictable stream of talking points, another figure who blames the world without reasons. But as I dug deeper, watching hundreds of her videos, going back to her earliest YouTube uploads, I changed my mind. And by the end, I realized something I didn't expect. Marissa Matthews is not the worst of the movement. She is, in many ways, maybe its most tragic character. Now, don't get me wrong. I still disagree with her on a lot of things, especially when it comes to fat acceptance and her more extreme claims. But this isn't a rage bait video. I'm not here just to dunk on her. The truth is more complicated and, I think, more important. Because behind her humor, behind her anger, and behind the endless flood of TikToks, there is a story of trauma, pain, defense mechanisms, and identity. A story that helps explain who Marissa really is.
Fat is not a bad word. Fat is not a bad word. Fat is not a bad word. Fat is a descriptive word. Let's all say it together. Fat is a descriptive word. Fat is a descriptive word. Fat is a descriptive word. Let's say it all together. Fat is a descriptive word. Fat is a descriptive word. Let's stop promoting disordered eating. Let's stop promoting disordered eating. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. Let's stop promoting disordered eating. Me existing does not warrant unsolicited health advice from strangers on the internet.
Your internalized fat phobia is showing.
Bitch! I'm sorry for having a body that is fat. You say work out, but when I do, that shit still makes you mad. Sounds like a you problem.
That's Marissa in her mood. And before we begin, I need to make a disclaimer. Everything you're about to hear is my personal opinion, shaped by the research I've done and the content Marissa herself has put online. So everything is based only on material Marissa herself has put online. I'm not here to expose secret information or cross boundaries. Every video shown in this documentary was published by Marissa herself, either on TikTok or YouTube. Some of the content is old, dating back nearly a decade. I wrestled with the question of whether it's okay to include some of these clips, but ultimately, she has chosen to keep these videos public, even recently posting on the same accounts, which means she is aware this content is still out there and wants it seen. So, for those of you who don't know her, let's review some of her videos and try to debunk her thinking.
But it's good to know my skincare's working.
What did you prove?
No. Anyone older than 4 years old should not be eating that little. Go away now.
Okay, but also not 5,000.
Nope, it's not a movement for everyone. The body positive movement is a movement created by fat black women for fat black women and other marginalized bodies. Thin people are not marginalized. Stop co-opting it.
Are you gatekeeping body positivity?
At first glance, it looks like typical fat acceptance content. Confidence, sass, clapping back at haters. But if we stop at the surface, we miss the bigger picture. To understand how she got here, we need to rewind, all the way back to her teenage years. But before we dive into her past, let's establish who Marissa is today. She's a fat activist, a loud, unapologetic advocate of body positivity. She rails against diet culture, against thin privilege, against doctors who, in her view, weaponize weight as an excuse for poor medical care. Her message is simple: love yourself as you are, reject fat phobia, and stop trying to shrink yourself for society. And that message, for obvious reasons, resonates with a lot of people. But if we want to really understand how she got here, if we want to unpack her worldview, we need to go way back, before TikTok, before the body positivity movement exploded, back to the videos she posted as nearly a teenager on YouTube.
I have a friend who was called fat when she was 12 years old. I have a friend who was bullied all through elementary school because she was a little different. I have a friend who has been made fun of because she laughs at everything and her laugh is loud and distracting. I have a friend who was told that she was too fat to ride a bike while fucking riding a bike. I have a friend who didn't like her body because of all the boys in her class made fun of her. All the time. That friend is me. That friend was me. But today, I truly love myself. I really do. I've been used and abused by all sorts of people in my life and in my past, but that does not define how I view the general population. It is how I react to these unfortunate events in my past, and it is how I react in a positive way and not a negative.
This is Marissa in her late teens, around 20 years old, recounting her experiences in school. Notice how raw this is. At one point, she almost cries.
And those people do not define who I am. I define me, and I define who I am.
She admits she was first called fat at 12, and from there, the bullying never stopped. It followed her throughout middle school and high school. This moment right here is the foundation for everything that would come later. If you've ever watched an episode of My 600-Pound Life, you know how these stories almost always begin. Childhood trauma. For Marissa, this was the crucible that forged her defensive, rebellious personality online. It explains why she lashes out at diet culture, why she makes jokes at her own expense, and why she frames fatness as a kind of shield. This is the foundation of her worldview. Constant rejection, constant reminders that she didn't fit in. And this is the first layer of the mask. The humor, the defensiveness. The personality we see now on TikTok starts here.
Welcome everybody. So today on Shit Marissa Says, I'm going to give you my reaction to America's election. Okay, so first of all, I am incredibly upset about what has happened. I physically could not get out of bed this morning. I've cried about 50 times today. I'm in total disgust, disappointment. Not really surprised though with how everything turned out. So if you couldn't guess already, I stand with Hillary. I still stand with her.
She is talking about the 2016 elections and Trump's victory.
Explain myself as to why I still stand with Hillary, and explain myself as to why I do not support Trump. I will never support Trump. I will never support anything that he is associated with, anything that he does, any of his beliefs or morals or anything, regardless of, America. So in order to explain myself and my perspective, I need to take a step back. I need to say that I believe everything happens for a reason, and everything that happens to us puts us on the right path in life, regardless of how horrible our injustices are that we've gone through or how negatively they. Because as long as we learn from the things that happen to us, we are able to grow, we're able to fight for what we believe in and what we stand for. So with the concept of everything happens for a reason, there is a reason why I share so many things about human rights and equal rights and women's rights. And there's a reason why I run a club on campus to help end gender-based violence. And there's a reason why I stand up for people who have no voice. And finally, there's this reason why I do not support Trump. Something that has happened to me that has led me to all of my morals and beliefs. So trigger warning, when I was 16 years old, I lost my virginity to being sexually assaulted by a friend in youth group. So I kept this information to myself. I told a few friends who ended up telling my mother, and she made me go to the police. But unfortunately, nothing happened because they didn't believe me. It was he said, she said. It was too late after the fact. Essentially, I was not the perfect victim. I fucking hate the word victim. So legally, nothing ended up happening except for the officer telling him and his friends who ended up watching the incident. And he told them to never talk to me again, which they have not. And this incident, although it happened when I was 16 years old, I'm about to turn 22, and I did not officially get over it until last year, after I did a performance in the Vagina Monologues, which I am very thankful for. Therefore, now I'm actually able to talk about this situation. I just want our world to be nice, and it's not.
Bullying was not the only trauma. At 16, Marissa was abused. She has mentioned this again on TikTok.
This is a great point. A lot of people always ask me, why don't you want to be thin? There's a lot of reasons, and this is one of them. I don't get sexually harassed as much now than I did when I was thinner. My fat body literally protects me from getting harassed as much as I did before. Don't get me wrong, I still get harassed, and because I'm fat, people only see me as objects more often than not, but most people see women as objects anyway, regardless of your size, so... And to even get further into it, I get raped less now that I'm fat than I did when I was thinner. Yes, that means I've been raped more than once. And they all happened... Oh no, not all of them. Most of them happened when I was thinner. So yeah, being fat can protect you from sexual harassment and sexual assault. Not always, it's just that's my experience and hers. And I'm not saying that you're not going to get harassed or raped if you're fat, but it might happen less.
Think about it. A teenager already struggling with self-image, already internalizing years of rejection, and then this violation. For many survivors, the result is a split. Part of you grows up too fast, while another part of you gets frozen in time. That's what I see when I watch Marissa now. Her over-the-top humor, her childish mannerisms, her refusal to take things seriously. These are not random quirks. They're shields. They're masks. They're ways of saying, if I act unserious, if I make myself intentionally undesirable, then maybe I can't be hurt again. And that, I believe, is the key to understanding Marissa Matthews. Not her weight, not just her TikToks, but the trauma that locked her into a permanent battle with herself and the world. She chose undesirability as a shield. And when you see her content through that lens, it stops being random. It starts to make sense. Here's where we arrive at the psychological layer. Marissa's defensive posture, her humor, her tendency to be childish and unserious. All of it makes sense when you frame it as a response to early pain. Humor becomes a mask, fatness becomes a shield, and acting silly becomes a way of avoiding serious confrontation. When you look at her TikToks today, with this in mind, the puzzle pieces fit together almost too neatly. Watch these clips. At first glance, they're cringe. They're silly. They feel like content made by someone who never really grew up. But if you know her story, the bullying, the abuse, the rejection, then suddenly this childishness looks more like a strategy, a way to keep the world at arm's length, a way to wear humor as armor.
Oh my god, another person who has a camera in my kitchen! Where are the videos then? Can you show me a video of this? Of me eating that much? Can you? I'll wait. So, since all of you uneducated fuckers think that I eat like shit, let me show you what I'm buying. Oh my god, some bok choy, some chicken, broccoli with strawberries, tomatoes, and asparagus, and some apples, and some lettuce. Suck my dick. Phantom. Where? 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 Can you do that? Can you do this? Woo! Where? Where? Okay, what am I gonna make for lunch? Salmon and green beans. Let's just cut this open. Drizzle on the olive oil. Mix them up. So pretty. Seasoning. Flick of the wrist. Salt. Yum. Salmon time. Oh, oops. 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 Let's try this again. Yeah. More olive oil. Osa. Caress the fish. Lather it up. Damn, that's cold. Gotta wipe my hands. Too much oil. when life gives you lemons, put on your salmon. More seasoning. Flip. Oh, the wrist again. Make sure it's even. Don't forget to preach. In it goes. I'll be waiting for you.
Now, here's where things really take off. Around this time, Marissa starts experimenting with TikTok, and like many creators, she gets her first wave of hate comments. Instead of retreating, she does the opposite. She doubles down. She embraces fat acceptance. She reframes criticism as proof of oppression. She leans into the movement that promises validation, community, and protection from the same kind of judgment she's faced before. From here on, TikTok becomes her world, her stage, her diary, her shield. She spends more and more time at home, pouring her energy into content while building an identity that is both empowering and, in some ways, limiting. The mask has now become the persona.
So I'm assuming some of you who are following me are questioning why everything that I've put on TikTok has been in my home. I live in Canada. It's winter here. So if I don't have to go outside, I don't.
Hello there, this is Marissa from Canada. Thank you for joining me on my trip outside for the first time this week because I live in Canada and it's cold here. And of course I'm going to turn off my lights because, you know, global warming. And here I am about to go outside and embrace the cold. Oh, it's so cold. And so here we are. This is Ottawa. This is Canada.
So I had plans to, you know, go outside today, be an actual human being. But I've already dealt with, you know, too much stupid for today. So I'm going to stay inside. Maybe I'll try again tomorrow.
But Marissa isn't just a product of trauma and TikTok. There's more to the story. Before becoming a full-time content creator, she tried different paths. Education, retail jobs, side hustles, art projects. And each of these chapters adds another piece to the puzzle of who she is today. So let's take a closer look at her education and job experiences and how they shaped her views about work, people, and ultimately, herself.
Just a reminder, you do not have to be skinny to be pretty. You do not have to be skinny to be pretty. Fuck these societal standards. Fuck everybody making you feel like your body is not good enough. Fuck the bras. Don't wear fucking...
We don't have a detailed record of her academic journey, no transcripts, no deep blog posts about her studies, but the patterns are clear from what she herself says, from the way she talks about jobs, and from the kind of art she produces. What stands out most is this. Marissa never found belonging in traditional systems. School, college, the workplace. These were never places of comfort for her. Instead, they were constant reminders of not fitting in. Not fitting in socially, not fitting in physically, not fitting in emotionally. From what she shares, we know she worked retail. She's posted multiple clips about it, mocking managers, customers, the absurdity of corporate rules. These are funny on the surface, but they reveal something deeper. Marissa never saw work as a ladder, only as a cage.
Woo! Another day at Shoppers. And look, the sign even says, dead inside. How fucking accurate is that? I'm gonna say very. I'm just super confused why anyone would do this. Look, someone just left. Okay, right here at work. And look. Fucking ate it. It's half eaten. And they just fucking leave it. Like, would you want me to throw this out? Like, were you not taught to clean up after yourself? Why are people like this? So, you know, you've worked at Shoppers Drug Mart too long when you go in other stores and you get excited that their store layout is better than your own store. And that today these aisles are really fucking wide and I'm very impressed. Aren't I funny? Yes. Have you ever just been like, you know, just minding your own business and shopping and then people walk up to you thinking that you work here? I'm sorry, I spent 5 years working here. I do not work here anymore. But I'm not an asshole, so I help them. Don't work for Shoppers Drug Mart. Okay? Just don't do it. Probably the worst waste of my fucking time in my entire life. I worked there for 5 years. Yes, 5 years of mistreatment. They do not care about you. I just got off the phone with my previous owner of the store, and guess what?
motherfucker, old Indian dude, wouldn't let me speak. He wouldn't let me finish any of my sentences, and you know what I was asking for? My T4, after they fired me after 5 years. They legally have to give me my T4, but he wouldn't let me fucking talk. So here I am ranting on TikTok, and I'm gonna go call the government and tell on them. So yeah, that's my morning for ya.
Most people treat early jobs as stepping stones. You suffer, but you learn. For Marissa, those jobs became evidence that the world is stacked against her. Retail wasn't just bad management. It was another place where her anger was on display. And this brings us to a critical point, the transition from jobs to online identity. Because she never found stability in education or fulfillment in work, she shifted inward. She spent more time at home, on TikTok, online communities, and eventually on building her persona. TikTok became her world. Marissa didn't quit creating when she left retail. In fact, she leaned into it harder. She paints, she knits, she makes jewelry, she built small businesses around her craft, selling pieces directly to her audience. This is more than just a hobby, it's her way of reclaiming independence. Instead of depending on a boss or a company, she depends on her following. Every necklace, every scarf, every painting is not just income, it's validation. Now, by her own admission and through hints in her content, she doesn't seem to hold a conventional job anymore. She's probably unemployed in the traditional sense, but she earns through her businesses and her online presence. Some of that comes from art sales. Some comes from building a loyal audience who supports her projects. Marissa has also been open about her work in sex work, something that is legal in Canada where she's from. This is another piece of her story that tells us how she views independence, validation, and control.
This video has so many views! I didn't know so many of you would be interested in this. Okay, so I actually got banned from Tinder like twice, I think. The first time was because I had feminist in my bio, and that just made a lot of the anti-feminist men really mad. So then I would call them out on their bullshit, and then they would report me. And that happened like 5 or 6 times, I think, in 1 week, and then I got banned. But then they still had the option to use an email or to sign in with your Facebook. So then I'm pretty sure that I did that. And then I got banned because I was talking about money too much because I was using it to try and get clients. So Tinder doesn't like sex work, so... And I didn't mention this before, but I have been banned from Bumble too for also talking about money and trying to use it to get clients because they also don't like sex workers, so... Hopefully when I'm famous, I can make an app just for sex workers.
Welcome back to Marissa's Dating Diaries. I have another story for you. So I think this was on like Thursday or Friday. And this guy who I had matched with on Bumble, who was on my Snapchat, we matched like a month ago before I took it out of my bio. And then he starts messaging me at like 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning maybe. Hey, come over. I want you. Come over. Drive to me. I want you. Come over. Mind you, my response to all of that is saying, no. It's 2 in the morning, I'm going to bed. Are you going to send me $300 for an Uber? Mind you, he's in Toronto and I'm in St. Catharines. Do you think that he offered me money to pay for transportation that he wants me to take? Of course he didn't. So this goes on for like 10 minutes. And I'm saying no the entire time because I'm not going to get off of my ass in the middle of the night and go to Toronto without any car, let alone a driver's license, to go visit someone who I've never had an intellectual conversation with. Literally the audacity that men have, I just do not understand it. So anyway, he gets annoying, he doesn't get the message. So then I start saying, literally no, I am not interested in you. Like, I do not want to be with you. And you know what he says? That's okay, I was just kidding. I didn't really want you. Oh, I was just being nice. I was just being nice. Harassing me and not listening to me saying no is not being nice. And of course I told him that. You're too fat. I don't really like you. I don't really want to be with you. Really? Because you just spent 20 minutes trying to convince me to come to Toronto to be with you. Yet the second that I say no, you change your mind? Because you don't know how to handle rejection? Is that it? And then this motherfucker had the audacity to say that I was the weird one. So me saying no means I'm weird. Me not wanting you means that I'm the weird one. Me having boundaries means that I'm the weird one. Me asserting myself, saying no, means I'm the weird one. No, that guy was the weird one. His entitlement, thinking that I would travel hours to see him in the middle of the night, means that he's the weird one. Him not listening to me saying no means that he's the weird one. And then him not being able to handle rejection from a fat bitch also makes him the weird one. That grammar was not correct, but whatever. And this is why I do not get with men until I have a conversation with them. Until the right amount of time has gone by where they can't hold their patience anymore. Because it always weeds them out. And this is a perfect example. I do have the screenshots and I really would prefer to show them, but I'm afraid that if I do, then this video is going to get taken down. But needless to say, you can imagine because it was hysterical. Oh, and not to mention, he also used his excuse of, I'm drunk, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to be nice, as an excuse. There is no excuse for sexual assault, and there is no excuse for ignoring me saying no. Do not do this. If you want to be rejected by a woman, then do this. But if you don't, then don't. Thanks. Bye.
For some people, sex work is survival. For others, it's a political statement, an act of liberation against society's expectations. For Marissa, it seems to be both. On one hand, it was a way to earn money outside of traditional jobs she mocked and never found fulfilling. On the other hand, it was a radical act, a fat woman openly existing, sexual, visible, and unashamed. That challenges not just cultural beauty standards, but also the consumer who chooses to participate. To her critics, this is irresponsibility. To her supporters, it's liberation. To Marissa, it's survival. But survival comes with a cost. Because when your income depends on your identity, you can't separate the two. Every TikTok, every piece of jewelry, every controversial statement, it's all part of the same performance. And when critics challenge her, they're not just challenging her ideas, they're threatening her livelihood. She also openly talks about her sex life, even bragging.
Wow, another day in the life of a woman! How many men have I blocked today? How many rape threats did I get? What about death threats? All because I said no! And I didn't want to fuck you. So this question is meant to be a complete insult, but this is actually just funny because I've broken 3. From fucking too hard and pounding too hard, but you know, that's not how you meant it, but you're welcome. Okay, so today on Marissa's Dating Diaries, I actually wouldn't call it dating, but I went and I downloaded Bumble again because y'all were so interested. I tried to download Tinder, but I forgot that they banned me and I can't log in using my phone number and I can't use a fake one. So if anyone knows how to get around that so I can go on Tinder too and try that. But, okay, so first step, I downloaded Bumble. So I did all the swiping that I could for today on Bumble, and I got 34 matches. So I'm going to show you the message that I'm going to copy and paste and send to all of them. Okay, so my first message to everyone is as followed. Hey, so I just thought I'd get straight to the point and not waste anyone's time. I'm currently looking for a steady friends with benefit type of thing. Someone to hang out with once a week-ish, and to have some bomb-ass with. I'm mainly looking for this because I don't want to be sleeping around with a lot of people with COVID and such, and because I've been lacking this kind of human interaction. Let me know if this interests you at all. So I'm going to send this to everybody that I match with and we'll check back in tomorrow. How am I going to make the fat folks angry today? Well, I just had sex, so I'm good for the day. Thank you. Bye. Okay, I just thought of something. And I don't know if it's like a good idea or like an evil genius idea, but like I could easily put lube down there first before they even arrive. And then that will, one, boost their ego because I got so wet for them when I never actually did. But then also it can prevent tearing because for some fucking reason men hate using lube because it makes them less manly because I didn't produce enough liquid for them. Do you not know how the human body works? Sometimes you just can't. I'm gonna try it next time, I think. Like just putting a little bit of lube down there so it's all smooth and I won't get fucking gashed again. I like that idea. Yay. No, it's not. No, it's not out of the question, buddy. Mind you, this comment is like so freaking random. But no, it's not out of the question. It's actually fully in the question because it's called leg muscles. But it's also called, people specifically enjoy that. So, you don't have to do it though. But no, it's not out of the question. So, educate yourself. Thank you. Bye. So have you ever felt like your time was wasted after you had sex with someone because it was so fucking bad? Stay tuned. Let's see how I talk to someone about how bad they were at sex. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be good. Okay, so we were already talking and I was like, so can I ask you something? And he's like, yes. I was like, LOL. So did you think the sex was good? Or like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how enjoyable do you think it was for you versus me? Because unfortunately, a lot of guys do not even consider the pleasure of the woman when they have sex. I know, surprising. Haha, LOL, I'm dead. It wasn't the best, no cap. Not gonna lie, I was tired. I'm like, care to elaborate why you thought it wasn't good? And of course, what he says next is, ha ha, why all these questions? So I continue by saying, and why didn't you seem to care whether or not I got off? And this is running out of time, so part 2.
And this is where her life begins to merge with her content. When you don't have the validation of school or career, you find it elsewhere. Through body politics, fat acceptance, online visibility. But here's the irony. Even as she defends her choices online, her content constantly circles back to food, eating habits, laziness, sleep apnea, depression. She deletes comments, shuts down criticism, and doubles down on fat liberation as a shield.
2 a.m. story time. So I remember back in the day when I didn't have sleep issues. I know, and I had the audacity to brag about it. I remember going around being like, oh yeah, like I can fall asleep anywhere, like on a plane or in my classroom or... Honey, that's not good. Like the classroom part. But like I vividly remember like bragging to people about this, okay? Or like, oh, it only takes me like 3 minutes to fall asleep. Shouldn't brag about that. Because there's so many other people who have worse sleep issues. And now, I am one of them. So my sleep issue that I'm dealing with right now is sleep apnea. If you don't know what that is, it means you stop breathing while you sleep. Which means I wake up all the time. So that I don't actually sleep. Now today, I took some sleeping medicine. Went to bed early. Woke up at 2 a.m. and here we are.
Hi friends, it's shit Marissa says what I eat in a day as a depressed fat girl, but on a good mental health day.
All of this tells us something crucial about Marissa. She is driven less by what's expected and more by what feels like reclaiming control. Art isn't just decoration for her. It's survival. Selling jewelry isn't just a side hustle. It's proof that people value her. Sex work isn't just income. It's rebellion. And this is where TikTok becomes central again. Because TikTok is the stage where all of these identities intersect. The activist, the artist, the performer, the outsider, the rebel. She doesn't just talk about fat acceptance. She lives a version of it by monetizing her difference and refusing to conform. But that leads to the big question. When your life, your art, your activism, and your identity are all wrapped together, where do you draw the line between authentic expression and performance? That's the question we'll carry into the next chapter, where her worldview starts taking shape in her eating habits, lifestyle, and how she frames them publicly as part of her fat acceptance stance.
Bitch. I'm fat. You came to my page just to tell me that, but I love me and I love my snacks. You insecure, baby, that's so whack. Don't worry about me, get help with that. Bitch, I'm confident. The fuck?
If Chapter 2 was about how Marissa escaped the 9-to-5 grind and built a brand around her art and online presence, Chapter 3 is about what fills the day-to-day gaps in that life. Because once we step away for her jewelry shops and her TikTok uploads, what kind of person is Marissa, really? The answer isn't simple. In fact, it's full of contradictions. One day, Marissa admits she's lazy. She laughs about it, pokes fun at herself, and shrugs it off like it's no big deal. But then, in another clip, she insists she isn't lazy at all. that people just assume fat people are lazy, and she's proof that the stereotype is wrong.
Have you ever been so motivated yet so lazy at the exact same time? So motivated that you do all your laundry, but so lazy that you never fold it? I haven't sat on my couch. I live alone. I haven't sat on my couch in at least 6 months. If that. Probably longer. Okay, these are my clean clothes. Look how big the pile is. This is like 5 loads maybe? And that's clean too. This is all clean. Am I gonna fold it? 9 times out of 10 I probably wouldn't. But somebody's coming over tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to fold it. So yeah, I do my laundry, but I don't fold it. And I know I'm not the only one who does this, but in retrospect, I have too many clothes. An entire closet, a second rack, and a little cubby. Ah! So I'm a lazy cook, but I like food. I like to eat good things. So I have my staple recipes that I just repeat over and over and over again. So here's my little naan pizza with cheese and pepper.
But then says no to the accusation of being lazy. This is a pattern with her. She plays both sides. She acknowledges flaws when it makes her relatable and funny, but pushes back when it threatens her identity. It's less about lying and more about trying to keep control of the narrative.
Do you want to know how to promote obesity? You've come to the right place. I'm an expert. So sometimes when you promote obesity, this is all you have to do. Right here. This is all I have to do. Amazing, right?
Despite presenting herself as someone who doesn't go out much, Marissa does have friends. She films with them, references them, and clearly keeps some form of social circle. But even here, there's a tension. She's admitted she doesn't like people very much. She prefers to stay in her own space.
I really do think one of the biggest mistakes of my entire fucking life, and I've made a lot of them, I regret most of my life, but one of them is moving back in with people after living alone for so fucking long. I feel like I'm never fully relaxed because I have to mask at all times, because I have to worry about fucking other social rules with everyone. And even when I'm in a bad mood, after like wearing the same shirt for fucking like 3 days, and I have headphones on downstairs, I'm still bothered and I'm still talked to. Do the headphones not indicate I don't want to be talked to? And I hate the fact that every time you enter a room, it's not like you're considered not polite if you don't say hello. I hate that. Why do I have to say hello to you when I enter a room? Why? I don't get that.
This becomes part of her identity. She's not blending into mainstream social life. She's the outsider who thrives in her own bubble. And yet, she still seeks companionship, validation, and recognition. Her room, as she's shown it, is often messy, another thing she sometimes laughs off. But then, on the other hand, she's extremely overconfident. She'll strut, pose, exaggerate her facial expressions, and insist she's hot, funny, and powerful.
You ever notice when you first start talking to a chubby girl and she starts sending you pictures, there's always that comment about her rolls and how gross they are? Baby girl, rolls are what keep Texas Roadhouse in business. Now give me some honey butter so I can lick it off of you too.
Again, it's contradiction. Behind the scenes, messy. On camera, self-proclaimed queen. And she doesn't seem to notice or care about the disconnect. To her, both realities can exist at the same time. Her eating habits tell us a lot too. For example, she's mentioned eating late at night, something often tied to unhealthy cycles. And while she promotes fat acceptance, this lifestyle aspect quietly supports the narrative critics already have of her, that she doesn't take care of herself.
What am I gonna make at 2 a.m. today? Let's find out. Hey besties, this is another episode of What I Eat in a Day as a fat person who is not on a diet, but who is also promoting obesity because I'm existing. So I started my day with some water, and then the first thing I ate were mashed potatoes from the night before. They were super yummy, as you can tell by my face. Then for lunch, I had stir fry and rice again. We had this the other day as well. Leftovers for the win. Then I had a nice burger with some ketchup and mayo and cheddar cheese. I did a video on how I made these. Then I had some water and a piece of chocolate. Hi, Bellamy. And then I had some Fig Newtons. Thank you for watching. Bye.
Then we have her humor. To many, it's weird or even off-putting. She jokes openly about things like taking a shit or pissing. She exaggerates her tone, speaks in a strange, almost childish voice at times, and plays up this over-the-top persona.
Woo! I haven't been in the shopper's bathroom in like 3.5 weeks. Woo! I'm excited to take a shit because these toilets are high, so I don't have to bend down as much.
Please tell me I'm not the only one who's experienced this. You're all comfy and cozy in your bed and your blanket with your fuzzy stuff and all the layers. And then all of a sudden, you gotta poop or pee. But you don't go just yet because you're too comfy. So you sit in this uncomfortable, lazy situation that you have here. Still waiting, still sitting, still enjoying the comfiness of my bed. Sometimes the urges just go away, but other times it feels like it's gonna explode out of your asshole, so you end up running to the bathroom like your life depends on it. Don't worry, I made it.
Is it funny? To her fans, yes, it's part of the charm. But to critics, it looks like immaturity. It's another mask, using humor, often crude humor, as a shield against being taken too seriously. If people laugh at you because you wanted them to, then they aren't laughing at you for real. But here's the flip side. She also puts out sexualized content, sometimes extremely so. And this is where her contradictions stand out most clearly. She jokes like a teenager, but then posts content that is overtly adult. She wants to be both goofy and erotic, both childish and hypersexual. For her, these extremes coexist, but for the outside viewer, it feels confusing, even jarring.
Story time! Is that what people say? Is that how this works? So I'm just chilling. Friday night. It's Friday, right? When you're an adult and you don't know what the fuck of the day of the week it is. But yeah, it's Fridays, and I'm just chilling, doing some painting, drinking my wine. Because yes, I'm one of those adults now who would rather stay in than go out. But that's not why I'm making this video.
So I think that I speak for most, if not many, if not all women who are over the age of 23 on TikTok maybe, because 21 you're still young, you can still bang those 17-year-olds, can catch a case. But I think I speak for everybody else who's older than them. Bro, you're not allowed to do this shit or if you can't last longer than 5 minutes. Okay, you're legally not allowed to do the or the Shakira shit. Like, you're not allowed to do that if you can't last longer than 5 minutes, man. Man, like, come on. I know I'm not the only one who's thinking this. I know. You're legally not allowed to do it. Okay? Can't last longer than 5 minutes? Also, you probably haven't even done it either. Can't do it.
Marissa doesn't just keep her lifestyle personal. She frames it through her worldview. A few key points. She once said she doesn't like the United States.
Very, very clear, extremely clear, that we are not American, that we're not from the States, and that we're not from the country who birthed Trump. Eh?
She claims she's happy, but has admitted in other videos to depression. She often frames the world as thin versus fat, To her, life is not just random chaos. It's a battleground where thin people have privilege and fat people are oppressed.
So I'm currently arguing with some skinny bitch on some other influencer's post.
This worldview is what ties all her contradictions together. Because even when she admits to flaws, messiness, laziness, depression, she always connects it back to fatness and how society treats her for it. Put all of this together, and you get what I'd call the persona of contradictions. Lazy and hardworking. Childish and grown responsible adult. Messy and overconfident. Happy and depressed. Social, but doesn't like people. To her fans, this makes her layered and authentic. To her critics, it makes her hypocritical and unstable. To me, it shows a person who is constantly negotiating her identity, always shifting between masks, always performing for the camera, but also leaking moments of raw honesty that break the illusion. And it's here where we see the real foundation of her fat acceptance. It isn't just about loving your body. It's about creating a worldview where all these contradictions are allowed to exist without judgment. In her universe, you can be depressed and still claim happiness. You can be immature and still command respect. But the question remains, is this genuine liberation? Or is it simply building a narrative that excuses the very habits that keep her stuck? That's what we'll explore in the next chapter, where her views on activism, thin privilege, and online discourse take center stage.
For the millionth fucking time, existing as a fat person is not promoting obesity. Loving your body and being confident about your body is also not promoting obesity. So fuck off.
If we're going to understand Marissa's worldview, we can't just analyze her as an individual. We have to zoom out and look at the larger movement she's attached to: fat acceptance and body positivity. On paper, the idea sounds harmless, even good. Love yourself. But movements often start with noble intentions and then grow into something much more extreme. And that's exactly what happened here.
Let's stop promoting disordered eating.
Body positivity began as a way to include marginalized bodies in the conversation: disabled bodies, scarred bodies, fat bodies. And in that sense, it had merit. But as it morphed into fat activism, the message changed. It stopped being about acceptance and became about defiance. Not just, I accept that I'm fat, but society must celebrate me for being fat. That's a leap. That's where critics like me see a problem. Because the moment you demand validation for being unhealthy, you're no longer spreading positivity, you're spreading delusion.
Hello there, everyone. This is just a friendly reminder that you are allowed to be fat. You're allowed to exist as a fat person. You are allowed to do that. And if you are fat, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing morally wrong with being fat. There's nothing wrong with it. You're allowed to do it. You're allowed to exist in your fat body, and you're allowed to do it happily. You're allowed to do it happily. I repeat, you are allowed to do it happily. You are allowed to be fat and happy. Okay? So diet culture, when it tells you that you're not, yeah, it's a fucking lie. It's a fucking lie. Okay? You're allowed to be fat. You're allowed to be happy, regardless of what fucking anyone says. So if you needed permission, I just gave you some. Okay? Now have a fabulous fat fucking day.
This is one of the key tenets of fat activism. The idea that the world is split into two camps: thin people and fat people. Thin people get privilege. Fat people get oppression. Now, discrimination exists, sure, but the movement treats body size as if it's equivalent to race or sexuality, things you are born into and can't change. And this is where the comparison collapses.
Now, this is nothing against her. I actually love her videos so much, but I looked through the comment section and I just want to say this out loud for people to understand. People who think that thin privilege doesn't exist, she is making this video, this food. Personally, I've never had Chick-fil-A, I live in Canada, but the fact that she can make this, she is thinner, like she's a thin body, okay? She is making this, and there's not one comment that is health shaming her, or fat shaming her, or like saying, ew, that's a gross meal, because she's thin. Whereas if I made anything remotely like this, I would have death threats, and people would be health shaming me. So that's what thin privilege is. And no disrespect to her, I love her videos. This is just a perfect example because it has decent popularity. But this is what thin privilege is. She doesn't get health shamed, and she doesn't get, like, food shamed.
I think you are the privileged one to eat like this every day.
Okay, so let's examine the difference between how fat people are treated and thin people are treated when they make the same recipe. So here we have a thin person making the exact same thing as me and using more oil, yet I did not find your comment on their post. And the same person put more olive oil on top of their cheese, and still no comment from you. Oops, here we have another one, again using olive oil and possibly more than I used, and still no comment of yours. Why aren't you commenting on their excessive olive oil use? Oh my god, look at all of that olive oil, the horror! Still no comment from you on that post though. Why is that? And another one for good measure. Olive oil, same amount, if not more than me, and no comment from you. The horror! This is a double standard in our society. Fat people cannot do the same thing as thin people without getting harassed. Go and learn your fatphobia.
Fat people cannot do the same thing thin people can is true in terms of diet. You cannot allow yourself more cheat meals. What is so controversial? And let's talk about the performance aspect. Fat activism is drenched in overconfidence. The louder, the brasher, the more exaggerated, the better. It's all about performing self-love so loudly that people stop questioning whether it's real. Marissa embodies this. The exaggerated voices, the childish tones, the in-your-face sexuality. It's all a performance. To her audience, it's entertainment. To critics, it looks like denial.
For the millionth fucking time, existing as a fat person is not promoting obesity. Loving your body and being confident about your body is also not promoting obesity. So fuck off, bitch.
So I've noticed that people get, TikTok famous when they make a TikTok in public. So I'm in public. Here I am. Don't let it flop.
Here's the problem with all of this. Fat activism doesn't just stop at personal choice. It bleeds into policy, into culture, into how we frame health. It demands that medical systems ignore weight. It reframes obesity as just another body type. And influencers like Marissa become the faces of this message. To her, being messy, eating late, staying indoors, being depressed, being overconfident, being sexual, it's all stitched together into one brand, the fat acceptance persona. And the movement rewards that persona, no matter the contradictions.
What am I gonna make at 3 o'clock in the morning today? How about a healthy pizza? Plop that down. Don't just plop the spinach. You have to place everything nicely. See, all pretty. Time to cut the pepper. But first, make sure you rinse it and don't touch your dirty dishes. Halfway there. Shout out to my Cutco knife. Yum. Now let's plop it on. Oh, it looks like Christmas. Now don't forget to make it even or else it'll look stupid. The extras go back in the fridge because I'm not an asshole. Let's sprinkle some cheese. Sprinkle, sprinkle, sprinkle. Make it even like Steven. Let's add some turkey kielbasa. More cheese. And in she goes. How she cooks, nobody knows. Ooh, damn. Voila.
So here's where I stand. Body positivity, as it was originally intended, has value. No one should be bullied for their body. But fat activism as it exists now, the version Marissa embodies, is something entirely different. It's a shield, a brand, and a movement that takes people's very real struggles and rebrands them as victories.
I need to rant for a second because I just do not comprehend this mentality still. I just do not comprehend how people walk around in this life just thinking that all fat people should hate themselves. I just don't get that. I just do not get how you can, mind you, I'm a very depressed individual. I am a very mentally ill individual. But I don't go around spewing my own issues with myself in my life onto other people in a way that it's like, well, I hate my life, so everyone else should hate their life too. Like, I just don't get how people can walk around actively and positively being like, yeah, fat people should hate themselves. Fat people should not like themselves ever. And that the only time you can like yourself is if you're thin. I just do not understand how you can live a fulfilling, satisfying life thinking like that. I do not fucking understand that. I do not comprehend it. And the more that I have healed myself, and the more that I've worked on myself, and the more that I've educated myself, oh, it still makes me so angry. But I feel bad for those people. Oh my God, do I feel bad for those people. I'm not at the stage yet where I feel sorry for them and I give them nice and love and whatever. No, I don't know if I will ever be there, because if you are actively spewing that hate into the world, I can understand where it's coming from, and I can understand that you must fucking hate yourself so much that you want everyone else to hate themselves too. But at the same time, I will never be like, oh, bless you, with love. Like, I'm never fucking going to do that, at least right now. About a couple weeks ago, I went and I decided, oh, let me just see what's on the apps, just see if they're different. So I was trying Facebook dating, because, you know, whatever the fuck. Oh, bad mistake. So this guy, oh my God. Oh, this rant is stemmed from a dude who was so fucking fatphobic. And then, obviously, I mentioned that I slept with hundreds of people, right? And then he's like, oh yeah, the only people that you've slept with are like fat and desperate. And it's like, one, no. Two, most of the people I have fucked, guess what? Are not fat. Not that that's anything wrong with that, but most of the people who I've slept with, if I wanted to tally it all up and categorize everyone by body size, I would say at least 70% of the people are not fat, or not larger, or not plus size. This stuff just, oh my God, it's like nails on a chalkboard, grinds my gears, like holy fucking Christ. I just don't get how people can walk around in this life with everything that's happening and everything that's going on. I just don't understand how you can be so focused on other people's bodies and fat people's bodies. Like, oh my, the government already controls us in our bodies. Like, just worry about your fucking self, and if you don't like fat people, then don't fucking match with us. Like, oh, just get rid of the ego, unlearn it. Like, come on, people. It is so annoying to experience fat phobia every fucking day on the internet. Oh my fucking God. It is so fucking annoying. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm gonna go make a tea. I just don't get it. And if you're one of these people that, oh my God, that you just walk around fucking hating everyone and thinking that every fat person is miserable and hates their life and that being thin and losing weight and will fucking improve their life. No, the only person's life you have to worry about if you're thinking like that is your fucking own.
Throughout this video, we've gone deep into Marissa Matthews, her childhood, her art, her contradictions, and her activism. But to really close this story, we need to step back and ask, who is Marissa really? Because what we see online is, without question, a persona. Loud, overconfident, childish tones, sexual jokes, quirky messiness, silly humor. She sells jewelry, she paints, she knits, she builds a brand. But all of that is content. It's partly a mask, carefully crafted to present a version of herself that is entertaining, defiant, and unashamed.
No, I literally wanted to unalive myself because of all of the bullying. Literally leave me alone. I don't know how many times I have to repeat myself. You guys are literally harming my health. You are harming me. Like, you're harming me. Your unsolicited advice is harming me.
You should take a break from social media. You deserve better.
In some moments, the mask slips. She admits to being depressed. She admits to laziness, to being messy, to not liking people.
I'm like nature. I'm like a fall autumn day with a cool breeze. Some days I'm so calm and collected, able to let things go, like the leaves falling every season. Other days I'm like a thunderstorm, wild, crazy, wet, really wet, bringing the storm with me, the wind, and bulldozing everything in sight. My life is like nature, and so many different things make up my being. I am so many different things. I'm not just one thing. I'm like the sunrise on a foggy morning, bright and beaming, but still not thinking clearly, and still a little groggy. I'm like a volcano, sometimes dormant, not exploding my anger and frustration onto others, but sometimes I'm like Pompeii, destroying everything in my path. Nothing and no one is safe. I'm not just one thing. I'm many things, just like nature. Humans are many things. Some days I'm like a hot summer's day, spicy, sassy, sweaty, but having the time of my life. Sometimes I'm like a light spring rainfall, refreshing and light, so young, fresh, supple, ready for love and ready to bloom. Sometimes I'm like a hailstorm, feels like I'm pounding down on you, so much sharp energy with some pain. I can also be like a cold, freeze snowstorm, crazy, cold, distant, icy to others, but still beautiful, just like the fresh layer of snow on everything. I'm like a fall autumn breeze, sweet smelling, simple and refreshing, but can easily destroy your lipstick with hair as I pick up wind. I'm even like some flowers, tulips blooming once a year, like me, growing and shining, just not all the time. I'm even like the cold midnight air, frigid and crisp, cold and chilling. Sometimes I choose to be like that on purpose so no one talks to me, alone in the midnight air. I'm so many different things. Nature is too. Why can't we be more like nature? Why can't we be more than just one thing? Nature has so many variations, so many parts make up Mother Earth, just like me. I'm so many different things. I'm human. Thank you.
And that's the paradox of Marissa Matthews, and of fat activism in general. On the outside, celebration, confidence, loudness, rebellion. On the inside, contradictions, unhappiness, isolation. Her fans see the confidence and cheer. Her critics see the contradictions and laugh. But behind both of those reactions is a person who built her entire world on the internet. Her business, her friendships, her self-image.
Aww, I've already gotten an insult. Of course it's for my size. What else would it be? Because nobody can think of creative insults anymore. They just attack the way you look. Try again. Let's not.
So what do we make of Marissa Matthews? Is she the face of fat acceptance, a cautionary tale, a creative entrepreneur who found her niche online? Maybe she's all of those things, depending on how you look at her. I don't agree with fat activism. I think it normalizes unhealthy habits, masks real pain, and rewards contradictions. But at the same time, after watching hours of Marissa's content, I don't just see an activist. I see a human being, someone who was bullied young, who turned that pain into performance, and who now lives inside the online persona she built. Now, before I close things out, I need to be transparent with you. This video took me a very long time to make, weeks, maybe months. And because of that, I'll admit, my own perspective shifted while making it. On some days, I was harsher. On other days, I found myself actually feeling empathy for Marissa. And that's just the truth. We're all inconsistent sometimes, and maybe you'll even notice those little shifts in tone throughout the video. But I think that's okay, because it reflects the reality. People are complex, messy, contradictory, and so are the ways we respond to them. And while I was making this video, I did ask myself multiple times, am I going too far? Is this fair? But many things I left out, intentionally and unintentionally. I got lost in my 20 pages notes. I even thought, if this video somehow genuinely hurts Marissa in a way that feels wrong, I would consider taking it down. What I want is to look at what she represents, to critique the ideas, the culture around her, and maybe to better understand why someone ends up as the face of fat activism in the first place. So, what do I take away from all this? It's a mix. I don't hate her. I don't think she's the worst of the fat acceptance movement like I originally thought. But I still don't buy into the movement she represents, because for all the loud confidence and self-love talk, what I see underneath is still pain, still insecurity, still the same struggles that everyone has, only wrapped in a louder package, plus the health problems. So, if you've made it this far into the video, thank you. Truly. Now, I'll leave you with this. We should be allowed to critique. We should be allowed to question. And we should definitely be allowed to laugh, even at things that are uncomfortable.
Okay, so one thing that I just find like really fucking hysterical is that anytime I talk about diet culture, fat phobia, thin privilege, I always get comments of uneducated, ignorant people saying, "Oh my god, stop making shit up." And it's like, are you seriously giving me that much power that you think that I made up these terms? You think that I have made up these terms that have been around for over fucking 30 years and they've been academically studied, but you think that I just made it up on TikTok today? How fucking dumb are you? Like, holy fucking shit. But thank you for giving me the power and boosting my ego even more. It's great. Thank you, but please shut the fuck up now.
If you like this video, make sure to subscribe, drop a comment, and suggest whom should I cover next.
Y'all are so fucking dumb. Did you not comprehend what I said? Not everyone has time to walk. There are some people who fucking work 3 or 4 or 5 jobs that do not have time to lose weight.
What is this nonsense? You don't need to have time to lose weight. Just don't eat. Or eat less. Even to emphasize this, if you did not have this much spare time, you would lose weight.
I've been meaning to talk about this topic for a long time, so thank you for this comment for reminding me about it. One thing that people don't realize when they just tell people just lose weight, not everyone can because it costs money to lose weight. Now I know a lot of the fat folks are gonna be like, well, just, buy stuff on sale. Fruit's not that expensive, or vegetables are not that expensive, or you can work out at home. But what a lot of people don't realize is that in order to work out at home or even go to the gym, you need to have enough money to have enough time to do that. And for people who say, oh, just meal prep your food, then you won't have to, buy out or eat out a lot. And it's like, okay, but not everyone has enough money, one, to do that, or enough money to have time to do that. And it bugs me that people don't realize this.
It costs money to lose weight. This is the most ridiculous statement. How is not eating at all cost money? How much does it cost to not eat? How much should I pay for not eating the burger? You don't have to work out to lose weight, but strength training is good for your brain health.
There's no such thing as a healthy diet because diets are not healthy. Any form of restriction of food is not healthy. A balanced diet and healthy eating is not the same as a diet.
A lot of people think the word diet means a short-term plan to lose weight. But really, diet simply means your overall way of eating. But, okay.
Hello everyone! I hope you are eating neutral today. So while you watch me make some breakfast sandwiches, I am going to talk about disordered eating and eating disorders. And specifically the difference because a few of you asked. So the term disordered eating is used to describe a range of eating behaviors that may or may not qualify as eating disorders under the eating disorder criteria. Having disordered eating patterns or noticing them is not a diagnosis. However, if disordered eating behaviors are not addressed or healed, then unfortunately that could lead to specific eating disorders. So some examples of disordered eating are things like feeling shame or guilt after eating something, seeing food as good and bad, having some sort of ritual after you eat something bad like skipping a meal, yo-yo dieting, thinking about food all day, and cutting out certain food groups or not buying certain things because you feel out of control. So although these are all disordered eating habits, not all of them warrant a diagnosis for EDs. And just to clarify, I'm not a dietitian.
Eating neutral? We don't need all this philosophizing. Just don't eat. You've eaten enough.
Hi there, this is just your friendly daily reminder that you cannot tell someone's health by looking at them or by their appearance. Doctors can't even do that, so neither can you, even though you might think you have a superpower. Unlearn your fatphobia!
But you can indeed say that being overweight makes you statistically more prone to almost every disease.
Hi there, I'm going to teach you something, okay? You are assuming shit about me based on my appearance when you know nothing about me. You're assuming I'm destroying myself by just looking at me. You don't know my daily habits. You don't know my daily workout regime. You don't know what I eat daily. Because unless you have a fucking camera hidden somewhere in my fucking apartment, you do not know. So therefore, you are assuming everything that you think that you know about me. And you're assuming, and it's not based in anything other than biases and stereotypes. So yes, I do have agency. And I am caring for myself, and I'm not destroying myself or my body. But you wouldn't know that because you're not actually me. So take your fat phobia, take your fat phobic comments, and stop giving them to fat people who don't want them. Your unwanted comment is causing me more harm than being fat.
But stereotypes arise because people notice patterns or common traits within a group and then generalize them. In many cases, assumptions are correct.
Okay, so let's talk about consent for a second, okay? Because especially since you're a nurse and you seem to not comprehend that, let's cover it, okay? So I never asked for your opinion on my body, meaning if you give it to me, it's harassment, okay? Because I never consented to you giving me health advice. Meaning, when you do, it's unwanted, not needed, not wanted, and I never said yes to it. So, don't do it, and stop crossing people's boundaries, especially if you're a fucking nurse. Me saying, no, I don't want your unsolicited health advice is me saying no. And then you ignoring that and then proceeding to give me the unsolicited health advice that I don't want anyway? Yeah, that's harassment. So don't fucking do it. And, yeah, quit your job.
But you post online for all people to see. No one walks to you outside to give you advice. The comments are not just for you.
Hey Marissa, I don't want to be mean or anything. Yeah, I don't want to be mean or anything, but I feel like I need to tell you that you shouldn't be living the way that you are. No, you know what I mean. No, I really don't. And if you have to start your sentence like that, then you probably shouldn't be saying what you're saying. Yeah, well, I just don't want to be mean or anything. I just want to, help you out, and because I care about you and your health. If you cared about my health, then you would also care about my mental health, and you wouldn't be saying fuck all about my body unwarranted. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I wasn't talking about your body. Then please enlighten me with what you were going to say. Well, I just don't want to be mean or anything.
But wait, the reality is that you may have hurt many people by promoting obesity. Some of your audience are young, impressionable, or struggling with their own health, And hearing that weight has no impact on well-being is dangerous. So you are encouraging others down a path that could harm them in the long run.
So skinny shaming and fat shaming are not the same, because skinny shaming is bullying and fat shaming is actually oppression and discrimination, and it's systemic. They're the same. No, they're not, and I just explained that they aren't. Well, they're both bad. Yes, I never said otherwise. Well, you're like putting skinny shaming down. Stating that skinny shaming and fat shaming are different for systemic reasons is not putting skinny shaming down. It's making the difference between the two so people understand how fat shaming caused systemic harm. Yeah, but skinny shaming is still bullying. Yes, I am aware of that. That was in my first statement. I said that skinny shaming is bullying. Well, then why are you putting it down? I'm not. Yeah, you are. No, I'm not. Skinny shaming is real and valid, but fat people are systemically oppressed, and that's the point that I'm making. Well, skinny shaming and fat shaming are still the same.
So the whole world is against you. Even TikTok. TikTok is fatphobic and bullies you. Victim all the way.
Do people just not realize how triggering this is? Especially when you say it to people who you don't know anything about. This could make somebody in eating disorder recovery relapse or go back into disordered eating.
Sure, go to the gym may hurt someone, but promoting obesity won't.
Okay, so I know this is like one of the only fatphobic comments on this cooking video, but I need to address it because I haven't talked about this subject in a little bit, so let's get into it. You do not need to earn your food. That's it. You don't need to earn your food. You don't need to work out for your food. You don't need to burn your calories for your food. You are allowed to eat without earning your food. You are allowed to eat without working out for it. Working out is not a consequence for what you eat. And this way of thinking, this idea that you have to earn your food in order to eat, is rooted in diet culture. And diet culture is rooted in racism and white supremacy. Diet culture is a way to control people, but most importantly, it's a way to control women. It's a way to control us, to make us worried about our fucking body and how we look, so that we don't pay attention to anything else. It's a control mechanism. See how everything's fucking linked? So in reality, the act of not feeling bad for eating is a rebellion against the patriarchy.
Let's stop promoting disordered eating. Let's stop promoting disordered eating. Let's stop it. Let's stop it. Let's stop promoting disordered eating. Let's stop it. 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 Okay.